certainly the best.
This masquerade is popularly known as Enugu Traditional Masquerade, originated from the coast city in the southern eastern state of Nigeria. This masquerade is vibrant, featuring local performance during festival period. The masquerade acts as social order and connecting the people to ancestors. The Enugu Traditional Masquerade, when it performs, it brings communities together, promoting a sense of belonging and joy, particularly during festival and royal funerals. In Enugu community, the masquerade serves as a guardian of societal norms and moral authority, enforcing discipline and unity, especially their warrior-like nature exhibited by the masquerade during performance, engineering the town to electrification, as people tend to forget about their crime and social vices. The people of Enugu cherish the masquerade dance, especially during festive period like Christmas and New Year celebration. Enugu masquerade is associated with peace, unity, progress and love among the people of Enugu. The masquerade performance has helped to propagate the rich cultural heritage of the people to outside world.
Exactly. You want to make I was there. Yes.
Olha,
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good morning, Nigeria. Top of the morning to you. It's another wonderful Monday morning. And of course, it happens to be the last Monday of the month of March. And we're live here on this morning on ITV TMI on Independent Television, where we get to weigh in on all of the pertinent and topical discourse that are shaping our social and political landscape. Right here in our Benin studio, I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. I'm not doing this alone. Alongside, I have Anu Luakbo Stevens. Good morning to you, Anu.
Good morning, Chukufunaya. How are you? How was your weekend?
It was amazing, and I'll ask how yours was also. And just to say, yesterday was Palm Sunday. So how are you? How was Palm Sunday for you? And how are you firing up for the week?
Well, my weekend was great. Palm Sunday. I really did not celebrate as I should, because I got to observe that it's more of the Catholic doctrine who get to practice all of this. And I also did ask a particular pastor if it was done in his church, and he said no, it's more of the Catholic. But it's a good thing to see that we're now in the Holy Week, and it's left for Christians to observe dutifully every single activities that will be lined up for this week.
Okay, so just to say, talking about Palm Sunday being specific to the Catholic doctrine,
right?
Can I chip in that maybe it's the same for Easter, but at the same time we all celebrate Easter. We're saying we're moving into the Holy Week with Palm Sunday being the opener.
Right.
What heralds it is Easter. So wouldn't you also say that Easter is now specific to the Catholic doctrine as well?
Well, certainly not, because over time, I mean, since we were born,
okay,
right, we grew into celebrating Easter, and it's interesting to see that all of these doctrines and all of this Christianity and tradition, some persons just woke up, got born into it, and you really do not have the idea of how things are. But as regards Easter, Good Friday, I mean, everyone will celebrate. But as to how we celebrate Christmas, it is completely different. There's those who would also say that. But we're looking forward to how all of this unfolds. And let's not forget, we're moving into the new month of April, which also happens to be a beautiful month for me right here.
Oh, can you tell us why?
Well, it's my birth month.
Okay, so we look forward to celebrating with our beautiful Anu Luakbo Stevens. It's your month. Come April, and we'll be celebrating you every single day. Now, I did tell you that we're doing this across 3 centers. We are here in Benin, but we also do have our colleagues and co-anchors in Lagos and also Abuja. On the screen, I can see Ikaru Atta, and I also see Mercelina Unko. Good morning to you, starting from our brother Ikaru Atta. How is Abuja? How are you? And what's it's on your end in Abuja that we should be looking forward to?
Thank you very much, Chukufumnaya Adigwe, as well as Anu Luakbo. Indeed, and here you talked about the Palm Sunday, and Anu stressed on the issue of the Holy Weeks. And I told some friends of mine who told me about Holy Week, and I told them, after now, what next? Are we going to be holy for this week? And subsequently, we plunge back into adultery, into fornication, into drunkenness, lasciviousness, hatred, variance, courtism, and all what Jesus does not represent. But that is aside anyway. Sometimes when you talk religion, you get people offended, and some who are deep will tell you, hey, Atta, don't mention adultery. My side chick will not be happy about it. But away from that, in Abuja today, we'll be looking at several issues. We know for sure that the PDP convention, the Wike faction convention held last night. We are waiting to see what will be the legal fireworks, as well as the Bala Mohammed faction with Makinde. Then they will be holding their own convention. The APC convention held a day or 2 days before, from Friday night, dovetailing into Saturday morning. We saw all the drama and all that played out within that scenario. And yesterday was President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 74th birthday. We know that some persons in the social media argued that that age appeared too small, but no one will question the commander-in-chief. He said he's 74, and we'll take him as 74. If you feel he's above 74, then you can prove your case in the court of law. But at the 74th birthday, he was at the National Mosque in Abuja. After that, he came back accompanied by the governor. So also questioned, why should governors abandon their state with entourage and convoy? And all of them flew into Abuja, and the convoy went by road, and all converged in Abuja. And the president promised that he will be giving out his salary to the armed forces, those who were men, those who were men, and those and their widows. He will give out his salary almost throughout his tenure for them. And somebody asked a question: how much is the president's salary? Are you giving out your salary and allowances, or are you giving out basic salary? We need clearance, because if it is just your salary, then if you calculate it for 4 years, it may not be close to 200 million plus, which is just slightly above what one Super Falcon player got when they won the trophy. So if that's what you are giving to the whole armed forces, then there is something worried. But some also believe that it is commendable for a commander-in-chief to say, look, I'm giving the military my entire salary. But some are also asking how much is the salary. It will give Super Falcon what is worth 160 million. And your whole salary in 4 years is less than 300 million. That means you are giving just what 2 Super Falcon players got. You are giving to the whole armed forces, widows and men. But let's commend the president. When our guests come, we'll be discussing about that this morning. This morning, Abuja is the sun is coming up. Abuja is hot. In some part yesterday, we got rain. But so far, so good. I'm happy that Iharo Atta is the only man. And someone always said, blessed are thou among women.
All right, definitely blessed you are amongst women. Now, before I do give Mercelina voice, Iharo Atta pointed out that on the 29th of March 2026, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu happened to mark his 74th birthday, Anu. And something that is very specific about that birthday is that when he released his presidential message, he said he likes to celebrate his birthday in line with the mood of the country. So this year, no big celebrations, just low-key, based on everything that has been going on in Nigeria, from the rising cost of living. I mean, look at petrol and the security situation. So he just basically had a 2-day prayer at the National Mosque in Abuja. No gantry celebrations, but Iharo Atta just noted that he had governors fly in. Can you weigh in on this?
Definitely. If the governors do not fly in to say, hey, President, congratulations, the celebration would not be complete. Of course, we've highlighted over time the same governors always go meet the president to welcome him at airport and wave him goodbye, and they'll also be there to welcome him back into the country. But away from that, I think last year the celebration was also on a low key, different from his usual celebration that he would have with having symposium, having lectures to commemorate his birthday. But this time around he chose to have it low key, which is quite good. But away from that, Nigerians are looking forward to see positive impact of all of the reforms, all of the removal of the fuel subsidy and other things that has been done since the kickstart of this administration. Well, as regards his age, whether or not he's 74 or not, that has been a conversation that has come to stay, with some persons saying, oh, his first daughter is age 62. Does that mean he gave birth to her when he was 12? But we also do know that we have the football age, or the official age,
versus
the original age in Nigeria. So maybe that could be one.
Are we normalizing that now?
Well, we see that happen over time.
Okay, well,
but I'm not saying that is what the president is doing there, because we cannot, attest to it. But then again, this is Nigeria.
It definitely is Nigeria, even as in Falz's song, This is Nigeria. Now to our Lagos studio, where Mercelina Nkwo is standing by. Good morning, Mercelina. How are you? How did you celebrate Palm Sunday? How is Lagos, and what do you have for us?
Beautiful morning to you, Chukumfunaya. Good morning, Ikarata. And good morning, Anu Oluwapo. Happy birthday in advance. Lagos is beautiful. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm well. It's a beautiful weather this morning. So yesterday, the Palm Sunday, we didn't celebrate in our church. I mean, some churches like Catholic, they celebrate it. And according to what Anu and Ikarata said, saying it's the Holy Week, and Ikarata make mention of something, saying, are you just going to be holy for this week? And, or, I mean, after this week, you move back to your past. I mean, start sinning and all of that, not just being holy for this week. Is it going to continue like that? And talking about the president, if the president says it's 7 to 4, amen, he's 7 to 4. Let's leave it like that. I would say a lot of Nigerians wouldn't agree to that, probably because, of the way we've been seeing the president. We've been seeing him on, saying him that it doesn't look his age. But if he is saying he's 7 to 4, we would accept it like that. Okay, well, basically from Lagos today, we're talking about the APC convention that was held Thursday / Friday night. That is what we'll be talking about today. And the funniest thing is, we're going to be having 2 guests today, APC chieftain and a legal practitioner, that would be helping us analyzing the topic today. So we'll be talking about the APC just concluded convention. We'll examine what the outcomes of that convention mean for the party politics, internal democracy, and also governance, what it means for the forthcoming 2027 election. So basically from this table, that is all we'll be talking about.
Well, thank you for giving us insights on your conversation to come, Mercelina. Ikarata and Mercelina and even Anu. Now, there's something that, happens to characterize our elections in Nigeria, and has even started to characterize the one upcoming in 2027. There's a lot of shifts, political shifts, a lot of political realignment, and one that has been a major talking point happens to be the resignation of the leader of the Kwankwasia movement and the national leader of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Kwankwaso, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. And there's also news that he's going to join the ADC come today. What is your take, Anu?
Well, I'm sure it's not a shocking news to a lot of Nigerians, because even before what happened over the weekend, we had feelers of this happening. In fact, on social media and also offline, we had persons saying, are we going to expect or be looking forward to a Peter Obi Kwankwaso movement or ticket where Peter Obi would be the president, would be vying for the president's seat, and of course Kwankwaso would, chip in as the vice president. So when that happened over the weekend, with a lot of persons also been surprised, because Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, first off, he was the presidential candidate for the NNPP in the 2023 general election. He's also among the founding fathers of the Kwankwasia movement and also the NNPP. So for another sect of Nigeria, it was more or less like a shock. Well, meanwhile, there are those who would say that it's rather too late, because when you had the opportunity in the 2023 general election to join forces with Peter Obi or the Obedient movement, you did not, for whatever reasons, and now you're moving to ADC, sort of, so we hear today, make it make sense. But we're looking forward to all of the unraveling that will be, unveiling moving forward in politics. Let's not also forget that I think a couple of weeks ago, during the last Muslim celebration, Peter Obi was live there in Kano State with Kwankwaso also chairing him, and the Kwankwasia movement chanting Peter Obi. So a lot of Nigerians are looking forward to everything.
We're definitely looking forward to it. He's also having the former deputy governor of Kano State, Abdul Salam Gwazo, join him in this, should I say, joining of the ADC. I was saying that we'll have the thoughts of Iharata and Mercelina also. Iharata, this political realignment, what do you think?
Well, Mercelina and Anu and all of us, I think the major thing here is let's be factual, let's be blunt. As the conscience of society that we are, as journalists and men of the pen profession, these men are political jumpologists. They jump from party to party. They are looking for what we know is their daily bread, their relevance, and they are struggling for power. Like what Anu nailed it extremely correctly, and Anu was very correct. That the time they would have joined forces to actually give, they were struggling over, shouldn't be Obi, is Obi not from the southeast, if we give it to the southeast, and everyone was playing politics. Now that Tinubu has is sitting in the villa with a firm grip on power, more than 31 state governors, the ones in Abia, the ones in Abga are not even standing very well in their party, one leg in their party, the other leg in APC backing Tinubu. I wonder how anybody's ticket can defeat him. But for those who are defecting, for those who are jumping, for those who are aligning and realigning, we know that that is based on the fact that they lack ideology. And if they want to learn from the Tinubu school of politics, they will learn to be consistent, they will learn to stay in one place, they will learn to wait, knowing forward that some of us who are biblical students have learned from Hosea chapter 3 verse 2, that the vision is for an appointed time. Though it may tarry, it will come to pass. Tinubu waited all these years. He stayed alone for several years, but this ones now cannot stay. Today they have all defected. They are standing on the mandate. Tomorrow when Tinubu leaves, they will run to the next person's mandate to be standing. Most of them had gone from APP, ANPP, they've gone to ACN, they've gone to AD, they've gone to PDP, they've gone back. Atiku, you cannot, if you want to draw a graph of Atiku's movement, you will likely finish one ink of how he moved from party to party.
Thank you so much for your perspective there, Iharata. Mercelina, very quickly, what do you have to say?
The question is, are these people that are our leaders, these people we know that they are our leaders, are they actually there to serve us, or they are there for their pockets? I mean, we've been seeing a couple of defections lately, so it shouldn't be shocking to anyone seeing any person defecting to another party. It's been defection for a while now, and lots of these people that are defecting is either they're entering the APC or the ADC. I mean, this is what they would have, if you want to defect, you would have defected since, instead of thinking of the person. Oh, should we give this person the presidential ticket? Should we give this person the presidential ticket? I mean, this shouldn't be shocking, because if I tell you that I saw it coming, you'll be surprised that one day you wake up and you would even be surprised that the person that has defected is not the person you're thinking or you act with defection, and people keep defecting by the day, they keep defecting every day. So it shouldn't be something new. It's just that now they've defected to the ADC. Who knows the party they will be defecting to next?
All right, Mercy.
Just keeping our fingers crossed to see what happens.
Yes, we definitely hope to unpack all of this, I say political shifts and realignments now. It is what it is. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, right now on TMI, on independent television, we'll take an intermission. When we come back, we'll move into our newspaper review segment. Don't go anywhere.
ITV ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back, viewer, to TMI on Independent Television. We're now in our newspaper review segment, where we get to take a look at the national dailies and see what stories are leading. We'll begin with the Guardian newspaper. Now, a major headline there says, ADC settles for consensus as PDP scouts for presidential candidates. That story is on page 6. Away from that, it says, on Palm Sunday, Pope sues for global peace as CAN seeks relief for Nigerians. More stories say HEDA CSOs demand full disclosure of OPL 245 deal. That's on the business scene and it's on page 7. Moving on, you see Serap flays IBAS over alleged 302 billion naira FAC expenditure in Rivers. Also on news page 7. In other stories, Senate leader says National Assembly on track toward state police creation. In more news, terrorists are not prodigal sons, says Bishop as COAS orders relentless onslaught. That's on the security situation in Nigeria, and it's on page 8. In more news, discordant tunes greet APC convention as 2027 rivalries begin. Moving on, ASU lost 5 of 10 years to strikes, says the federal government. That's on news page 3. And finally, concerns as hot money continues to outstrip patient capital inflow. That's on finance and the economy, and it's on page 19. That's about it.
All right, away from that, we turn our attention over to the Vanguard newspaper this morning, leading with the major headline that says, as deadline expires tomorrow, bank recapitalization raises 4.6 trillion naira. Subwriter says, sparks sectorial battle for allocation. Shareholders expect delayed returns, urge cautions, real sector-focused development. CPPE wants banks to channel funds to SMEs, real sector to drive economic impact. Well, all of this and more on page 11 of the Vanguard this morning. In politics, 2027, how Kwankwaso's defection to ADC will shape polls. Subwriter says, Obi Kwankwaso's ticket mold. Ex-Kano governor resigns from NNPP. We are excited. Move will strengthen opposition. ADC speaking. NNPP reacts. ADC working to adopt consensus option for 2027 presidential candidate. Who was speaking? Bolaji Abdullahi, the spokesperson to the ADC, for the ADC. Well, away from that, on the front page of the Vanguard, still PDP convention, Wike to the factors. We have taken back PDP. How true is that? Well, on page 46, you find out. We must resist the one-party rule, Benga Hashim insists on page 48. Palm Sunday, Khan urges leaders to ease hardship on page 9. Well, interestingly, on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, we have a picture there with President Bola Tinubu and a host of incredible governors of Nigeria. I see Edo State Governor. I also see other state governors there, Umar Bago and the rest, right there celebrating with our president as he marked his 74th birthday yesterday. Well, still on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, Atiku, Ribadu, Obi, Amechi lead dignitaries to burial of Arafai's mother. Subwriter says, as Northern Governors Kano Emma mourn on page 6. Well, is that all we have on the Vanguard? Well, finally, at 74, nations moved forced to meet to observe low-key birthday. Who was speaking? President Bola Tinubu. Well, that's all for Vanguard this morning.
All right, so our next point of call happens to be Daily Trust. Daily Trust's headlines there, it happens to be one major story, which we'll be looking at. It's on 2027 polls. Kwankwaso, Atiku, Obi join forces against Tinubu. Well, this is something that we actually got to discuss in our opening, and we'll get to see more of it play out today as Kwankwaso officially joins the ADC in Kano State.
Absolutely. I wonder what would be on the mind of Atiku Abubakar right now, because there are those who would say the big wigs we have in the ADC, basically they're all for their own political interest, even though they would tell us that, oh, we're looking forward to how we can change the trajectory of Nigeria. But at the end of the day, we see politicians and political parties without ideology. Do not forget that Atiku Abubakar has been in the PDP, has been moving around for just one intention and one achievement: to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will that see the light of the day? Well, we'll find out shortly.
Well, happening to have all of them in one party, Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwaso right now, maybe Atiku just wants to be a political godfather.
Really?
Let's see how it plays out anyway. Well, up next is our discussion segment, which happens to be the most consequential part of this program. Right here in our Benin studio, we'll be looking at 2027, Tinubu, also his performance, the policies, the ideologies, and the Nigerian perception. It's really a lot to unpack. Stay with us. Welcome back to TMI on ITV. Now, we're in our discussion segment, as I noted before, and we're going to be talking about something that's on the lips of every Nigerian right now, almost every Nigerian. I've noticed that over time, and especially right now, a lot of Nigerians have lost faith in the government and have become, should I say, apathied? Well, it is what it is. Maybe it's the faith in the government they are losing and not really faith in the polls. Anyway, right here in our Benin studio, we're going to be looking at the APC, the Tinubu government. In light of 2027, we are going to be reviewing the campaign promises made to Nigerians and their perception right now. This is all we're going to be unpacking. And to talk about this, we have a lineup of very insightful guests. For now, let's meet one. We have Dr. Omori Austin Aigbe, who happens to be an advocacy officer and ECOWAS liaison lead, West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network. And he is joining us via Zoom in Abuja. A very wonderful morning to you this Monday morning. It's such a delight to have you join our conversation and weigh in on this very topical issue. I hope it's all good on your end.
Thank you very much. It's good. A nice Benin City, my beloved state.
Oh, very well, thank you. I'm pretty sure you already hear on the news how we're faring, but we're good. So, like I did say in my intro, we're talking about the APC. We are talking about 2027. We're reviewing the campaign promises made by the president before his inception in 2023. And how Nigerians feel about it. How's it all going? Before we kickstart the conversation, tell me, what do you think?
Well, ahead of the 2023 elections, there were several is today known as, whether it is a removal of subsidy which has been implemented, or that Nigerians were going to have free electricity or otherwise. So what is important is that the living standard of Nigeria was supposed to be improved, that those social indicators were going to be sustained. And that is why the mantra is renewed hope. So it's an assumption that hope had been dashed with the previous administration, that in every sector, hopes were going to be renewed. But today, I see a lot of commentaries on social media. What has become renewed have actually been undermined, because there's really, in almost all the sectors that impact on people. I'm not talking about when we talk something like infrastructural sector, for instance, road construction. You could have a thump up, particularly around maybe in the FCT area, where the president and his team under Nyesom Wike has literally transformed the capital, the Federal Capital Territory, in a way that you could see the difference between 2023 and date. Just within a space of 2-3 years, there've been massive transformation, industrial-wise, infrastructural-wise. Again, that is just road. Beyond that, we cannot point to anything that has to do with maybe creation of industries for mass employment or social housing that were promised, that will need to pull up people from the dungeon of housing constraint, or the ability and argued that there is no part of the country where insurgency have laid claim to governing, but we know there are certain parts of this country, part of the north, where if you don't pay taxes, if locals don't pay taxes to residents in those locations, they face some untold hardship or direct attack or brutality because they have refused to pay taxes. Having said that, we've not seen some form of drastic to some point, a very well-measured drastic action to deal with insecurity. We still see the insecurity is on a beehive. It may not be the same way, even though that argument may be accepted, but there is some very high level of challenges across the Federation anyway, whether you go to the Southeast, where secessionist movements continue, the ESM continue to have its way, even though the military have tried to dissipate them, reduce their number, address those concerns. We saw that with the Anambra election of 2025, where compared to the previous years of election, the Anambra election didn't have the kind of nuanced security concern we had in previous election. You see the peace also somewhere around Imo and elsewhere. If you come to the South, those states, our beloved states, continue to face some form of kidnapping, court issues and all of that, even though they've been massive issues with the government's approach to deal with the kidnapping, with the destruction of their houses, etc. Massive improvement we have seen. But if you go to the Southwest, those continue. Today we know that Ondo is no longer safe. It has been massive kidnapping in that state, and it's not too good for the Nigerian state. But to say, I will give it a very fair, in fact, I would rather we call it that the government has not done too well to improve the living standard. I like you to understand, to put that in parentheses, the living standard of Nigerian people.
All right, Dr. Omori Austin, before I come back to you, I'd like to introduce another one of our very insightful guests, which we're having on the program this morning. The person of Austin Brima, who happens to be the former National Commissioner of the Police Service Commission. He is also joining us virtually from Abuja. A wonderful morning to you. Thank you for joining our conversation. As I did say before, we're talking about the performance of the APC, particularly the president. We're reviewing his campaign promises and now the Nigerian perception as we build up to 2027. What's your take?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone in the studio. My colleague there, Dr. Austin, I appreciate your contribution. I'm happy to be with you. I will just, I think I will align myself with what my colleague said about the economy, about the performance of the government. But just to add a few, that I hope you are hearing me. Am I audible enough?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Oh, great. Oh, great. I think that if you want to assess this government, like you said, when you talk of what to look at, what the government has put on the table for a common man, very little will be said. But in terms of, if you look at the general performance, if you know where we are coming from, like you said, from 2023, you compare the period of President Muhammadu Buhari and what we have now, I think this government deserves some credit. Because the world order, both economic order, social order, if you look at the turbulence going on around the world, they must impact on Nigeria, impact on government plans, and so on. So if you want to have a general view of what this government has done, they deserve some credit. But Nigerians deserve more. We know when subsidy was removed, we know the pace we went through, we were made to go through pace. Previous governments have been scared taking this bold step, but this government is. And they deserve credit for it. It's part of that. We've gone through a lot of pace. At this point in time, we expect to see the fruits showing on the economy, showing on the people, showing on transportation. We will need to see things coming up after 3 years of subsidy removal. We think the removal of the subsidy is not impactful enough for the common man. This is the pain now, and this is the complaint. And particularly now that at this point, after 3 years of this president's promise to improve power supply, we are still having a grid collapse. As we speak now, there's hardly any power supply in most part of the country. Even where I am, I use generators. It's not the best. So we can still give the government some credit for some of these things some of the things that they done, the bold steps, the regulations. Then we know what it did to stabilize the naira. That has been wonderful. But I know in the long run, some of these things will bring more fruits and they may be better. But at this point in time, we cannot clap so much yet.
All right. Also joining us, before I come back to you, because I have a very particular question based on your disposition. Also joining us is Prince Israel Urika. He is the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy, and he is joining us virtually also from Benin City. Good morning to you. You know, our discourse this morning is on the performance of the government of the day. The APC-led government led by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We're reviewing the campaign promises and how Nigerians perceive these performances as we move up to the 2027 general polls. What's your disposition?
Oh, thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Austin, for your previous deposition. But for me, the president do not have any campaign promises to give to Nigerians. And so therefore, we do not have anything to hold him accountable for. Only what he told us is that it is torn, emilokon, and agbado rice beans for youth. So there is not, the game boils down to citizens' accountability tracking. We citizens, we do not track any governments in power, and we did not look at what they want to do differently. So as long as we did not ask and to see what President Muhammadu Buhari Tinubu is going to bring to the table and do differently, we do not also need to begin to ask how his campaign is faring. Because for us, what I know is that it was his turn and it is his turn. So that is what I can take as promise. And the other ones you hear where he said if he cannot provide electricity in 4 years, we shouldn't vote for him. I think that was not even part of his promise. It was through an interview. So let citizens begin to ask anyone coming to power, what will they do differently? I don't want us to begin to sing any government who actually has all the resources and things to actually make a difference, and we still do not really have the impact of the government at the grassroots. So when local communities, people who actually bear the brunt of this, how many poor people have access to fuel? What are the measures to cushion to see that those persons on the ground who are bearing this impact right now, they are surviving? Poverty has been weaponized. Over the 250 million of us, how many persons can really boast of 3 square meals a day among the major populace? So we cannot really track indices of performance right now because he did not make any promises to us. And we also fail to ask him what he's going to do differently. So as long as we do not have our accountability tracker that is signed, a citizen charter that is signed, that is going to tell us, okay, if I did not do this, where is the blueprint? We don't have. But once, because we are hungry, he gives us contract or he gives us more money or rice. Road is not good, he gives us rice. Insecurity, they give us rice. So as long as they keep giving us rice, I think that we cushion the effect. So citizens do not have anything to ask because they did not sign any charter. So for me, I cannot hold him accountable for anything because we did not ask him what he's doing differently. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prince Israel. Moving back to Dr. Austin, there are those who would call Nigeria Ricegerians at this point. But the question I would love to ask, 2 questions. Number 1, what do you think is the mood of Nigerians towards the current administration? And also, over the weekend, APC had its national convention with delegates and other interesting political bigwigs gather at Abuja right there to, liaise as towards the forthcoming 2027 election. And then one of the major things that the president did state was the issue regarding the one-party system, where he said they do not have any intention to make Nigeria a one-party state. And he also addressed the recent outburst from Nigerians with the bad power supply that we've been experiencing in the country, and he assured Nigerians that electricity would improve. So I want you to marry all of that and have your take on it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my brother. My name is of course, Israel. I appreciate this feedback, but Israel, I understand where you're coming from. It is also important to say that there were promises. Let's not, on May 29, 2023, in that speech, for instance, subsidy is gone. It's a campaign promise. The swapping of Nigerian naira with the dollar was a campaign promise. Of course, the recruitment of young people, creating a job, 1 million jobs, they're all promises. In fact, the electricity, he said electricity will become accessible. It was a promise. Everything that an intending aspirant, in fact, a candidate, intend to do, whether in a private interview, in a well-organized symposium, at any forum, where it will itemize the thing it will do without campaign promises. The last birthday I had, which was a birthday, I think, before the election, that was in 2022 or thereabout, in that birthday, it synchronized all the things it will do, including it is my turn, and all of those mandates, mantra, we stand on mandate. Those were all the things that we are reviewing. In any case, let's take it one after the other. Just a few days ago, the Minister of Power had apologized to Nigerians because of the worst situation that we are now facing with electricity. I agree when my brother Austin said there's a lot maybe we boosted in fuel subsidy removal. I tell you, as a policy person, I mean, I'm a global citizen, and I pride myself with that. I've seen countries have to turn around the tide of evil to a pattern that is constructive. There is nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong with removal of subsidy. But you don't remove subsidy that weakens the power of the ordinary Nigerian. You don't try to create or deal with the inefficiency in the first subsidy regime that pushes the plane, what they call in macroeconomy, that you put a burden of impact on the ordinary Nigerians. No, you don't do that. What you do is to drive a policy formulation, what we call agenda setting, you create the nuance that if you remove subsidy, this is going to be the impact. What do we do to cushion this impact for a long run? What do we do until the subsidy begins to find its route on the ground or its route on the ground? What do we do? It's going to impact on transportation. It's going to increase the living standard of people. It's going to do XYZ. What do we do? So one of the things the president said was the CNG buses. To ask, are there CNG buses in Benin that are mass enough to take people from location in Ugbowo to somewhere like in Upper Smova Road or in Abuja from Maraba to Imas? There are a few of them I see on the road. So it's supposed to be mass transport system, the kind of BRT buses in Lagos, that it will cushion the effect that the ordinary people who will need to jump on buses do not have to pay like 1,000 naira from location 1 to B. I tell you, there are people who spend 5,000 naira a day, and yet their salary is less than 100,000. You expect that individual not to be poor, and that in any case. So if you look at ahead of 2027 election, people are going to be voting, particularly on several grounds, including stomach infrastructure. A lot of people may end up like that's part of the anger among all of us in civil society that we have to develop democracy and etc. That people who accept money to vote to stop complaining when there are issues, and this gets to do with everybody, including the rich who don't show up to vote. Now the poor are the one who determine who become president, governors, House of Assembly members, etc., senators, etc. The poor are the ones going to vote. That happened again in the FCT election. The rich are so comfortable because they provide themselves the government they need. They provide electricity for themselves. My brother Austin has generators, not one, generators. They have solar energy. They've got SUV vehicles. They've got security personnel in their homes. They got dogs. They got private and armed personnel. So they literally create their own government. And what is government? Government, the function of government, the whole duty of government is the welfare and security of its citizens. When you fall short of that, today is their welfare of citizens. The NLC is already asking for higher pay or whatever because of the Gulf War, because of the crisis today. You will say that's not Tinubu's responsibility. Yes, it is not Tinubu's responsibility. It didn't cause war in the Gulf, but the whole duty, you have to have had savings. If ordinary citizens can save for the rainy day, then where is the oil that we have saved for this rainy day? If we didn't have oil that we have saved for the rainy day, then there's a problem. You are going to now tell me that yes, it's been mortgaged before this administration. It was mortgaged, the oil was mortgaged, the crude oil was mortgaged before this administration. In the last 3 years, what has happened to cushion this effect so that we address the tide of evil that is operating this country, Nigerian state? I think there's more to be done, and I think President Tinubu does have the nuance to address it because he has prepared to be president for too long a time.
All right, Austin Brima, I'll move to Austin Brima, our other guests. Now, in your previous disposition, you sort of commended the government of the day, saying that in a way they've tried to fulfill their campaign promises to Nigerians. But you also highlighted the failing power situation in Nigeria, which we can all attest to, the fact that there is a problem with electricity in Nigeria, so much so that Aso Rock has even disconnected itself from the electricity of the nation, and now they are using solar. And part of the things the president said during his campaign period, although our other guest said that that was not a campaign promise, but he did say it during his campaign period, was that he should not be voted back in 2027 if he is unable to give Nigerians steady power supply. So now this statement of the president, should Nigerians take it literally or just tongue-in-cheek as just something, one of those words that politicians throw around when they are itching for power?
Thank you. Well, my attitude when we're looking at promises and performances of political office holders is that we should learn to aggregate facts, aggregate total performances before we judge. For instance, we should not just look at power. Let's not just look at maybe the price of fuel or what other things that we have on the table. We should look at like security. So many things we put together. So he has failed in terms of security. He has failed to provide infrastructure. He has failed to provide power. He has failed to bring down the price of food and so on and so forth. So we put all together and see what percentage has this government done better or failed. If we aggregate them, then we can properly judge. Like in terms of power, it is clear that the President Tinubu has not gotten it right with power supply. It is very clear. There is no gainsaying. 3 years, here we are. And my brother said I have generators. I run my small scale business and I have to power them. A liter of diesel has gone up to 1,009 at this morning, 1,900 per liter. I think that is our figure. A liter of fuel has gone to 1,350. That is not good enough for business. It's not for comfort. We have to put food on the table for my family. So it's really terrible for the common man. I can tell you that clearly. If I, from my position, am feeling it so hard and at the pinch, I feel the pinch, you should know what others are feeling. So in terms of power, we can say, oh, this government has not done well. But that does not mean that the president has failed. In the earlier analysis from Dr. Austin, he mentioned about security, where some parts of the country were occupied initially. I know during the last government, I worked for the last government, and I know what things were. Things were really bad, worse than it is today. I think there's a lot of improvement in terms of security. Although these security issues going to mutate, like you have Lukarawa coming up, bandits now moving down towards the south in Kwara and down to Kogi and even to Ondo and Edo. They continue to mutate. But you can see, I can say clearly that the agitation from Southeast has reduced, it has come down. And, I wouldn't want to use the word contain. Even sit-at-home order is no longer being implemented in Anambra State. Even in Enugu State, they are gradually getting over that sit-at-home and this threats from the IPOB and all that. So there's improvement in terms of security that is gradual compared with 2023. That is the way I look at that. Then, if we look at the fuel subsidy, which everyone agreed was overdue, and this president should be scored high for that. It's been something that has been scandalous when Nigeria know what has been going on, but we don't need to go into that today. But what are we asking? We have saved a lot of money from fuel subsidy removal. How is it impacting on us? Our transportation system, how is it? The infrastructure where this money is supposed to be plowed back into, how is it? This is the area we're supposed to be asking questions. But I know it's not going to be that easy. 3 years, 4 years, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Okay, Mr. Austin. All right, thank you so much for your interest and submission. But I'd love to move back to Prince Israel. I'd love you to react to what Mr. Austin said as regards how the federal government or this current administration has fared so far. Because, I mean, some person would say it seems he's living in a different world entirely. If you ask an average Nigerian on the street, how much is a crate of egg? Just recently in the news, we hear that a crate of egg is now going for 8,000 naira per crate, right? If we also ask an average Nigerian as regards how it's pretty much affordable to take their children to school, to do the basic things. Interestingly, Nigerians are not asking for too much. Just give us light, water, good road, security, and we're good. In terms of security, how would you rate in terms of food, agriculture, provisions of, jobs? Do we have jobs right now in the country generally? And as regards the dividends of the removal of the fuel subsidy, the president would often say, ask your governors. They now receive humongous, FAC allocation. But has that dividend dwindled down to an average Nigerian on the street? Well, generally, what do you think is the current mood of Nigerians towards this current administration? Prince Israel, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sir Austin, and the other discussant, Austin Igwe. For me, on the street is biting. If you talk about security, I think it's even worse, because right now it has got to local people. The level at which youth do go to farm before it's drastically reduced because you need to pay ransom. So how many young persons have the money to pay ransom? Because I remember then President Muhammadu Buhari said that Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. That if something is not done to tackle the issue of youth unemployment, it will become a catastrophe for this nation. And today we are seeing it today. Because there's close civic space for young people, there's no participation, and also citizens do not even have the right to decide what governs them. So the effect of subsidy removal, I think for me, people on the street, they would have preferred that subsidy removal was not removed, because then the level of petrol was reduced, where citizens could also benefit. So you remove subsidy and the situation becomes worse. We are not feeling any impact of it. So telling me it's going to take 3 years, 4 years for us to feel the impact that you've removed, where is the money going to? We at the grassroots do not have this impact. We do not feel this impact. And let us be frank and sincere, the government has not really done something to the what? Those are the grassroots. You're giving the money to state governors, it's not trickling down to what? To grassroots, people on the ground. Do you think it's a clear to go and start kidnapping? Do you think, because these guys do not actually have what they are doing, so I'd never support it. So can
there is actually no excuse.
Yes, it's not an excuse. But what can an average Nigerian say they are benefiting from this government? For many government say, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, this is my benefit. Can you quote one? Can any of them quote one that it generally goes round, if not suffering pains? You cannot. Before I used to go to Abuja via this road. I've not been to Abuja for almost a year now, because I cannot risk it. My stepmother is in Auchi. I can't even see her for 3 years now, because I don't know what will happen on the road. So the situation is worst. But right now, I think citizens need to begin to get organized. Just like what Austin said, this 5,000 insecurity problem will give us rise. No electricity will give us rise. I think citizens should wake up. I pray, I hope they will wake up from this 5,000 they are collecting to really engage government, to sit down. This is actually what we want. Citizens demand, and ensure they do it. They know. Politicians know the impact that these citizens are going through. But they only leave it for another 4 years. They will tell you, hold on. How long can we continue to hold on? This cannot happen in other clans. I've been to other countries and other places. The way Nigerians are suffering, every day you keep increasing price, no price regulation because it's a free market. And what do an average Nigerian benefit to say I'm a Nigerian? Do we have one? Or is it healthcare that you go to that you can't even afford federal facility? It's more even expensive than some private hospital. So let's call a spade a spade. The system is not working for the poor masses. But they only leave us for every 4 years to help them decide their fate of who comes next to harvest the farm called Nigeria. Because Nigeria is now a farm for both local and international. So those who are in the system, they are benefiting. While those who are at the grassroots, they can't feed. I did a campaign the other day to make people understand the new regulation from the Electoral Act. More than 20 of them are asking, there's no job. How can we get job? I went to school, I'm a graduate, I don't have access to. But what I'm even doing, I cannot even feed my family. So these things, are we taking this into planning, into implementations of policies? That's why I say there's need to be what? Citizen charter. Let's engage anybody coming again. Let's have an agreement that we can hold on to. This is what you are telling us. This is what you are signing. A bond. A social contract. I think we need, citizens should be asking for this other than this rice. This rice is taking us beyond the normal. You can't even, I have a car, I can't even know how to, I measure where I go to now, because if you drive anyhow, you may not come back the same way you came. So the thing is terrible. So system, whosoever hearing us now in policy, because the problem is anyone in government, the system favors those in government, the cronies and those associates.
Okay, Prince Israel, we'll get back to you.
Giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We'll get back to you. Meanwhile, you're still on to TMI on ITV. We'll take a break now to take a breather. after which we'll return with our discussion segment. Don't forget, we're reviewing the campaign promises of the APC government led by our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the Nigerian perspective as regards this in view of 2027. Stay with us. Let's continue from where we left off in our Benin studio, the discussion segment. Now, just before we did go on that break there, we were hearing from Prince Israel, which happens to be one of our discussants on the show this morning. Now, basically, you were highlighting the, should I say, failures or the deficits of the government of the day. I mean, in a way, it's clear for a large section of Nigerians to see, from the rising cost of living to the rising everyday cost of petrol that happens to stem from the removal of fuel subsidy, which happened to be one of the first policies of the Tinubu administration, and also the war we're seeing in the Middle East and the inability of the government to cushion all of these effects of the rising cost of petrol is seen in transportation, as well seen in the market prices. My colleague here, Anu, she spoke about a crate of egg going for 8,000 naira. I mean, so these are the things Nigerians are getting to see. And you mentioned something, Prince Israel, how poverty is probably being weaponized in Nigeria today ahead of 2027 polls. Now, one thing I'd like to highlight, which I also mentioned at the beginning of this discourse, is the fact that a lot of Nigerians now have become politically apathetic. They don't even believe in going to the polls anymore. Maybe because of the experience of 2023, maybe because of how government is going right now, and what the present day Nigerian is having to feel. But what do you say to, this political apathy that's being experienced by many Nigerians, that they don't even want to go to the polls and they're saying they won't vote? What's your take?
Thank you very much. My take still remains trust. When the trust is broken, we did a survey from my work across the country on a project called Youth Electoral Reform. We see to it that over 450 young people say they are disappointed and they are not even willing to vote in the coming election because their hopes and trust were dashed. So, and considering the system that
well, it seems we have a breach there in terms of network. Anu?
Okay, now let's move over to Dr. Austin. When this current administration came on board, it came on board with a renewed hope agenda, even though a lot of Nigerians...
participation of inclusion.
Prince Israel, are you there?
Young people. So, we really have access to S2.
Okay, since we're still trying to regain connectivity with Prince Israel, so I was talking to Dr. Austin. The renewed hope agenda, really, how far has it fared? Aside security, aside power, aside the removal of fuel subsidy, there's still other key point agenda from this particular government in terms of agriculture and food security. How would you, say that this government has actually fared? And also, as regards corruption and governance, has this government really played a major role in fighting corruption to its later? Dr. Austin, are you there? Please go ahead.
When you talk about
yes, loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Confirm you can hear me.
We can hear you.
So if you look at other sectors, why this conversation are literally zero in on insecurity, issues around the economy, and we haven't gone down a bit into industrialization, agriculture, maybe the alternate means beyond oil, which has become the grand stay of Nigeria's economy. Outside crude oil, there is nothing more. Meanwhile, this country is blessed with enormous resources, enormous. Sitting on the in Plateau State is huge resources that has not been tapped. Sitting in Kogi State are resources that are not been tapped. Sitting on Zamfara is a gold mine. Beyond that, in Plateau, in Benue, across the length and breadth of this country, everyone, this administration and other administration have always relied on crude oil, which is the bane of Nigeria's economy. Having said that, in agriculture, folks who used to bring tomatoes, onions, and etc., yams from northern Nigeria is no longer the story. As we speak, you know, Prince Israel just talked about more young people in Edo State and elsewhere who used to go to farm are unable to do that because they fear kidnapping. If you go to the IDP camps today, the bulk of folks who live in the IDP location were all farmers. Now you put them out. So Nigeria, how Nigeria is even surviving, sometimes is a miracle because the benchmark for sustainability, food security, which is grand norm for survival, food, Agatu in Plateau is no longer, in Benue, is no longer a destination for agricultural attainment. The food basket of the nation, which is Benue State, has been occupied literally by several killings by, I don't want to use ethnic correlation, let me call them unknown gunmen who used to invade locations, pull out all of those inhabitants who are literally farmers because, in my opinion, because of the mineral resources on that ground. We have seen several reports, and the Nigerian government has not been able to convert those mineral resources to national wealth. So there are individuals who are using those mineral wealth for their own survival. Take, for example, Zamfara State. The gold of Zamfara is not a national asset. The question is that why? Yet there are no state actors, foreign and local, who rely on that gold, who sell those gold out of this country, fly them out, and go to countries like Switzerland and etc. You're going to see the Nigerian gold in those locations. And the question is, how did it get there? Meanwhile, gold is not a contributor to our national GDP. Is that not a fallacy? As we speak today, the world agreed, if not for the fact that we now have GMOs that people don't even know whether the argument about GMOs are good or not is immaterial, that you can actually do a lot of agriculture production without the large-scale organic farming that the Nigerian state is known for. We are now relying on some form of agro-led farming, agro-businesses, which are good. I'm not against it. I'm not, because it is putting food on our table. If you were talking about a crate of egg going for 8,000, I'm sure you are using a Edo State price. Come to Abuja, a crate of egg that we bought, that's of 30 pieces, that we bought about 2 months ago, just 2 days ago, is about almost 10,000 naira. Because the price of petroleum product literally improved everything, including agricultural production, which may not actually have been impacted by fuel, but because of the transportation of those products from the local location to the city center, the prices skyrocket. So what do we do? I think for Mr. President, ahead of 2027, you still got about, even though it's less than a year, about 10 months to the election. There's a lot that can happen. One of it is to bring back confidence about people like Prince Israel to be able to go and see his stepmom in Auchi from Benin City, which is about an hour ride. Or come to Abuja. I used to drive to Benin many years ago, but I can't try it. I'd attended conferences in my alma mater at the Abu Sali University a number of times by living in Abuja, and I would get to the campus ground before the event will start. Beyond the bad roads, are the externalities of insecurity. That what is the basis? So you have to spend more to be able to make that trip. And you know that today, during Christmas period, that the airlines actually exploited travelers by what we now know as reports. Airlines exploited people. You are traveling to a place like Benin for as high as 500,000 naira. A place you can get to within 7-8 hours. I used to run that journey many years ago. 6-7 hours. I'm in Benin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omori. Thank you so much, Dr. Omori, for your submission there. Now, Mr. Austin Brahima, just as we round off this conversation right here in our Benin studio, it happens to be that what we are stemming at now is that the hopes of a lot of Nigerians have been dashed, and that it seems that, you know, the government of the day might have deficits regardless of the promises made during the campaign period. Now, what do you say as we, you know, just turn it down?
Thank you. I agree with you that the government would have deficits. That is normal and it's natural. What my attitude is towards is that we should look at the global situation while assessing our own, the impact of anything on us. I agree that deficit is there. It must be there. Like Dr. Austin said, the security situation has been bad. The economy is not been good. But then the impact is worldwide. It's not a Nigerian factor. So that our leaders ought to have tinkered with some of these issues in a way that will mitigate the impact we are feeling in Nigeria. You know, if you go to any country in Africa, certainly the cost of living has risen. Go to even Ghana here. People trade in Ghana. They go to Cotonou. Things have tripled. Go to London, you know, go to UK, go to London and see what it is now to pay for your gas or to pay for the things have tripled worldwide, all over the world. So we cannot be isolated from the global meltdown, not just because of the war in the Middle East, but there have been rising cost of living all over the world over the past 5 years or more. It's natural. Yes, here in Nigeria, the government ought to be doing certain things differently. I think that is where we hold President Bola Tinubu accountable. After removing fuel subsidy, like we said, we should not be lamenting. What do we want him to do? What should be his priorities? If he's listening right now, his friends are listening now, what are they to take away from this program this morning? There should be certain things we expect them to be doing differently. We expected that President Bola Tinubu will pay very serious attention to power supply. Power supply is key, like my colleague mentioned. A lot of young graduates are home doing nothing. They cannot do anything without power supply. People cannot set up barbing salon. You can't have a hairdressing salon. You cannot run little restaurants. You can't run small business because you have to buy generators. You have to factor fuel inside, buying fuel, buying diesel. Like some of us are stuck. You want to manage little business to survive. So the president ought to factor this in and zero into electricity supply. But like you said, it still has some time. 10 months can still do a lot of magic. I think this, like you said at the beginning, Dr. Austin, our government is turn by turn. This is the turn of the Southwest. The biggest disappointment Nigerians we have is to say that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has failed in properly governing Nigeria. Because we know how big these groups have been. When it moves to the north, we're going to wonder what we're going to get from northeast, northwest, north central. Who is the president coming from that zone? How will he react? How will he see the problems in the south? When they go to the next time it comes to the south again, if they move to southeast, they will begin to look at the attitude of the president that will come from that side towards the problems we have. And so there is no denying the fact that our rulership, our leadership here is turn by turn. That even we have in Edo State, move from Benin to Edo North to Edo Central. Any governor that fails knows that he's putting his people in trouble. So similarly, Bola Ahmed Tinubu knows that it will be a big disappointment to the Yorubas, to the Southwest, if he fails. So let us see how he can prioritize the problems we have, solve them, and put food on our table, make this easy for us. Saying that it's not going to be voted for, to me, doesn't mean. How is he reacting to the problems we are facing? How are we advising him? This is their turn. Let them run the country in the best way they can. Let us assess it. Let us speak to them.
Okay, Mr. Austin.
Yes.
Right, thank you so much. Now, speaking about turns and Amy Local, just recently, Dapo Abiodun, the governor of Ogun State, did state that 3.5 years is not enough for the government of the day to fix electricity, to fix the power situation that we found ourselves in the country. Now, I'm moving directly to Prince Israel. Do you think the timing perhaps is too short? And maybe Nigerians should give the current administration another chance to prove themselves and give them enough time to do all of those basic things that we're asking them to do. That is one. And secondly, at this point, do you think Nigerians are even getting ready for the 2027 general election? Because all we see now is politicking from different political parties. Over the weekend, we had the convention of both the APC and the PDP. But in terms of the populist Nigerians, are we gearing up to come out to vote? Are we going to be seeing voter apathy? Or perhaps we will see a new movement, just like we saw the obedient movement in the last election? Prince Israel. Prince Israel, are you there? Okay, let's see if we still have Dr. Austin. Dr. Austin, please go ahead with your thoughts.
I would like to align myself with what my brother Austin Brahma said. I mean, very veteran journalist, my very respectable personality from Edo extraction. Thank you. It's good to set agenda. I haven't lamented. Lamentation alone is not enough. For instance, when the Gulf War started, or I use the word Gulf War because it depends on your narrative. You can only come from the Middle East, the US, Israel, Iran war, it depends on where. So I would like to call it the Gulf crisis or the Gulf War, as it were, but even though it's just in Iran. The first day of that strike, I had already made a post. I tagged the Nigerian administration that Nigeria will face the dynamics of this war. What cushioning effect is on ground to avoid the kind of debacle we have always experienced where there's a global crisis. Global crisis will always happen. But how do you, from a local perspective, understand the dynamics? And that is what led us to conversations around localization. You think global, but you have to act locally. And one way to do that is saving. When I discovered that the Nigerian government was not doing anything with that thing, I had to do some storage of petroleum products. Safely anyway, for you to go safely. But then how long can that take me? If the Nigerian government has done that kind of safe storage, it has taken us like a month or two. We know countries that have done storage. 40,000 barrels of crude oil was recently released that some countries came together from their storage, again, storage. Nigeria government and of course West Africa is a challenge. But you know, another impact that has led to the high cost of petroleum product in Nigeria is the floating of the dollar, which we have not talked about. In Libya, petroleum product, fuel exactly, is still not up to 15 naira by Nigeria currency. This was a recent report done. In countries that do not have petroleum product like crude oil, etc., are facing the worst hit. Countries who have it, Angola is buying fuel for about 600 naira. I've had the privilege of living there for some point in Luanda. I saw when dollar moved in Nigeria by way of floating the Nigerian naira, the dollar control in Angola was still minimized. If you check, Ghana is hitting because they've still not gone their way. Sierra Leone, of course, is hitting. But look at countries that have proved they've been able to manage. But Nigeria is one of the countries, even though you will say that the cost is lower because it's about 1,300, 1,400 per product of fuel, which is close to $1. The dollar now is about 1,300 and something. So we are literally buying fuel now with $1. In America, it's already $2 plus. People said that, yes, there are constraints, but the floating of the Nigerian dollar already have implication on that. That is on one side. Then for insecurity, the president needs to actually put his money where his mouth is.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your submissions there, Dr. Omori. Thank you so much, Dr. Omori Austin Aigbe, for your dispositions. And thank you also for joining the program and discussion this morning. I also like to thank our other discussants, which we had this morning. Prince Israel Orika, the Executive Director, Connected Advocacy. And also we had Austin Brima, who happens to be a former National Commissioner of the Police Service Commission. Thank you all so much for weighing in on our conversations from our Benin studio this morning. Now, we'd like to hand over to our Abuja studio, where Ikaru Atta is standing by to take over. He also has a very topical conversation lined up. It's still, you know, about 2027 and all of the theatrics we're seeing per time. Over to you, Ikaru.
Thank you very much, Chukwu from Naya Adigwe. So much to talk about here. And Big Honorable Austin Brimo and other guests firing from all cylinders. Discuss Nigeria and end that quickly. So much happening, so much to discuss about. It's a political year, alignment, realignment, and many persons believe that those who are contesting, from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whoever is challenging him, not very visible here at the moment, and other persons at the subnational, that state governors, House of Assembly members. There's the need for everyone to understand the dynamics of the society, especially the pains of the people. Now, I want to stay with the APC National Convention that took place at the weekend. So much fallout from that. We know for sure that some delegates and some journalists were tear gassed when they want to gain entry, and there was crowd tear gas. Some of them were badly flogged by some police personnel at the gate. We have that video, so we can comfortably at some delegates, and if anyone believes we don't, we'll show you the clip of where policemen were flogging delegates. Some of these delegates are not just persons that you think. Some of them are really high political office holders. They were flogged, they were tear gas, and we saw them all struggling. But now, we want to go on the discourse. We'll be discussing in a short while with the former Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, who will be joining us via a Zoom or the phone, depending on which one is okay. But for now, but before that, let's show you our news. What clue that was I was Joseph, your opponent was there. But let's start with the clip put together by Joseph Kadri, who followed events at the Eagle Square throughout that day and that night when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu spoke on several issues. And Professor Nantawe Yelwada and his team were reaffirmed and re-adopted as chairman and executive of the ruling All Progressives Congress.
The 40th National Convention of All Progressives Congress, APC, at Eagle Square witnessed the presence of governors, lawmakers, and party faithful from across the country at the event and criticized opposition parties over attacks on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, insisting that the process was transparent while also ruling out achievement of his administration.
On the Electoral Act 2026, the service to Nigeria. Commitment is to uphold the law, conduct true elections, and protect the integrity of our elections. Investors' confidence has partly improved, amending the problem of electricity.
Some party leaders highlight key challenges in the country, including insecurity, for sustained efforts to address them.
We must also acknowledge the challenges confronting our nation: insecurity, economic pressures, and social divisions.
The convention ends with the election of new national officers, with Nantawe Ilwada returned as national chairman and Ajibola Basiru as national secretary. From Abuja, Joseph, ITV News.
Okay, thank you. Such a wonderful one, Joseph. There is good to be the ruling party. A game of color and glamour. And you could imagine, beyond that, if you say, you saw what happened that day, the entire central business district of Abuja was completely locked. If you know Abuja very well, coming in from the first headquarters, you have the Api Court Bridge sealed up. When you go to behind the River State house, sealed up. Finance, sealed up. The other back, when you're coming from Wuse 2, sealed up. When you're coming from Transcorp 18, sealed up. So it was a real fortification. The police, DSS, the army. But yet, one other one, why Joseph Kadiri focused on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? I took time. I spoke with delegates from Edo State to get their views and what they think about the convention. And they all were talking about what they believe were the good works of Senator Monday Okpewolo, the executive governor of the state.
Peace National Convention here at the Eagle Square is a convergence of big names in Nigeria's ruling political party, as they share pleasantries and opinions and sometimes even differ in the face of laughter. One thing stands out: the delegates and stalwart from the heartbeat state of Edo believe that a convention like this is a moment to reflect on the performance of the state governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, Pastor Osage Ize Eyamu, Senator Neda Imaswe, and Honorable Omosede Igbenedion. All believe that the governor of the state has performed very well, and moments like these are one that encourages him to do more for the good people of Edo State.
Well, we are happy that our governor is doing very well. He's a party man. The Edo State is, with a very strong delegation, including our former governor, Komidada Soshomole, and so many others. So I want to assure our people that we are well represented in the APC.
The dividend of democracy, especially when you key into the ruling party, it's already been experienced in Edo State. Edo State has become one giant construction site, development taking through where you go.
Our governor is doing tremendously well. His Excellency, distinguished Senator Monday Okpewolo, governor of Edo State, he is doing a fantastic job, and therefore he's spreading the good works of Mr. President. And likewise, there have been complementary support from the federal, So certainly I can expect nothing but victory.
Whether you are from the north, central, or south, we are one people. If we don't work together, we perish. If we work together, we make progress.
They are not the one who share this view about the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo. The APC State Jared Tenebe, as well as Honorable EJ Agbanhima, also believe that the governor is doing so well, and in their view, the governor needs to be encouraged.
The takeaway here is people we are going to mingle. We are going to have interaction with APC members from all other states, and we will know what they are doing. We will correct certain things that we are not doing very, very good.
Distinguished Senator Monday Okpewolo, the man we call Akpako Rescue, that have come to rescue Edo State from the hands of their enemy.
From the view and thoughts of big names in the AP from Edo and stalwart, one would not be wrong to conclude that they are solidly behind the state governor, Monday Okpewolo, from the Eagle Square, venue of the APC National Convention here in Abuja. I'm Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Sometimes we do that here, as the beauty of your darling station, independent television. We multitask here. You can be in the feed, be in the studio. It's all about the broadcast ideology of independent television and radio, getting the people adequately informed. The delegates from Edo State are so much praises for Monday Okpewolo. Everyone just been, hey guys, doing great, it's doing great. Infrastructure, construction side, you could see everyone speaking there. Honorable Mosede, elder statesman Isaiah Yamu, and Professor Julius Omoezuabo Honwere, Ijagbaima, and even Jared Tenebe, all of them saying the same thing. But now, quickly, let's now speak our guest for this morning, who will be joining us via the phone from Benin, former Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, the former Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, the very right Honorable Justin he was there as Speaker. He sat and presided over the affair. He will be joining us from Benin City. A very wonderful morning, Speaker, sir.
Good morning,
Very wonderful morning. How is Benin this morning?
Benin is fine, cool.
Mr. Speaker, I did not see you at the convention.
I was there.
I was looking for you. I was there with them, and how come I did not see you? I'm very sorry.
I didn't get to the Edo stand. I was at your shoe stand.
Why did you stay at your shoe stand?
Because as I came in, I had issues. When I entered the place, it was quite tight, and I had issues with my right leg, so I couldn't move within the crowd and all that. So I said, I want them here. Yes,
very sorry. Hope you are stronger now. Hope you are stronger now.
Oh, very strong.
Thank you. Please, sorry. I know the stress you had to go through to enter there, parking your car very far, trekking into the back gate by Education Ministry entrance. And I'm very, very sorry. But I was looking out for you. I saw Blessing Agbebaku. I saw Governor Mondo Pawolo and all of them. We spent time together. But I really, if I had seen you, it would have been a nice time.
I saw them on the screen. I'm so sure if they couldn't have seen me, I was on NT Live and all that.
Yeah. I would have loved to greet you and exchange please. Now, Mr. Speaker, even if Blessing Agbebaku is there now, I know that you sat down and presided over the affair. Let's now take your view on the APC convention. What was your assessment of that convention?
Wonderful. You were there. You saw how people were happy. You saw the ambience and the rest of them. This is a party that is bursting at the seams. APC has exploded, and came in happy because they saw a party. Let me take you back a bit in Karwata. You know, APC started. It was like our president Bola Ahmed Tinubu gathered together some party like David's Ragtag Army in the major work. He worked. We defeated the incumbent and brought the president. He served 2 times. When Tinubu is coming, there were all kinds of things to block him and all that. That led to the popular Iminyoko. But he came out as he faced these 2-pronged projects. First, to stabilize the economy and stop it from sliding, remove subsidy and all that. Then he now faced the party. Today, you see this party, people are coming in from left, right, and center. It has never happened like this before in this country. So that way, people you saw were very, very happy. And look at the theme. The theme is unity and progress, consolidating the renewed hope agenda. People, you were there, you saw it, everybody was happy. So that's like I would describe the convention. People were very, very happy. We came in united and we are moving forward.
Now, but Honorable Okonobo, sir, there are many persons who complain that the issue of consensus candidate does not align with the tenets of contemporary and effective democracy. While we are persons not allowed to pick form
with us. Many thanks for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unko, and today, our guest that would be helping us analyzing today's topic is Barrister Atta. He is a legal practitioner. And hello, Barrister Atta, good morning.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me on this lovely morning.
And thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
And also, we're going to be having a guest join via Zoom from Abuja much later. Uche Agweze Okocha is a law researcher and also an author. He would be joining us much later on the program. So today, we are taking a closer look at the APC National Convention, a gathering that has once again placed the ruling party at the center of Nigerians' political conversation. Thousands of delegate party leaders and governors converge in Abuja in what the party describes a demonstration of the unity and organizational strength. A new national working committee has been affirmed, and the message from the party leadership is clear: consolidation, stability, and focus. But in politics, every move carries a deeper meaning. With 2027 gradually into view, many Nigerians are asking, was this convention simply about strengthening internal structure, or is it an early step in strategic positioning for the next general election? And that is what most Nigerians are asking. Barrister Atta Adams, do you think this consensus method used at the APC agreement or fitment?
Yes, because the Electoral Act say that, and the provisions of the Electoral Act is very clear. You can either adopt by consensus, by appointing your leaders that will pilot the affairs of the party for the next 4 years, thereabouts. And then the party constitution is clear. So for me, I don't think that they have violated the provisions of the Electoral Act, and more importantly, the APC constitution. Because if you give room for people to contest now, you're going to see that there's going to be disarray, there's going to be disagreements, there's going to be issue one way or the other, like it. But this consensus candidate now, you see that it's an easygoing exercise, and the party can align all together, and then with ease, and then you see that it's an extent of unity among the party members for that purpose, even though some of the members are not in alliance with that. But at the end of the day, they are done with their convention, whether we like it or not.
Okay, some opposition figures, they claim there is a little difference between major parties. So how does the APC now distinguish themselves, rather?
From all this?
Yes, other figures are little between that, the difference. So how do APC, come out now to distinguish themselves from these other parties?
Well, whether we like it or not, let me say this. I've not seen any sign of seriousness from any of the opposition party. Be it Labour Party, be it ADC, I don't see. Is it have court matters, litters over the Federation? Look at PDP now. They just held another. They are done with their convention. Whether the opposition party likes it or not, it will not dispute the fact that APC is in charge in about 32 states, thereabout, all over the Federation. And in this part of the world, the governor, whether we like it or not, the governor influence matters in the electoral system. And that's why you see that Mr. President is so deliberate in taking move to most of the governors all over the Federation. It's not for mere academic purpose. It's for a purpose. So for me, I think 50%, APC is way ahead of other parties. They are in power. They have all the internal machineries in their possession. Number, the cash is into passion. You need a sitting governor. You need power. You need everything. So it's very, very important. They are way ahead of other parties.
So you think APC stand a chance for the forthcoming 2027 election?
Yes. I've not seen.
Ahead of other political parties?
Yes. I would say it openly, and I'm saying it again. Because of the division. Look at ADC that is being paraded or seen as a major opposition right now. There is no agreement. You see Peter Obi campaigning on another frolic. You see Alhaji Atiku Abubakar campaigning from another angle. You see Amechi campaigning. What stopped them from coming together and then unite together collectively with the power, with a view to rescue power? Freedom is not given voluntarily. You must ask for it. You must request for it. You must exercise sign and symptom that you need this power. You can't just sit back and then you think you get it on a platter of gold. It's not done in this part of the world.
But we saw that Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso defected.
Rumor to ADC this week, thereabouts. Yeah, I don't know. So I saw that this week or last 2 weeks or during the Salah period, Peter Obi went to visit him in Kano State. And we saw the massive people that came out. But the influence of the governor of that state equally matters. You can't take it away. And equally, the influence of the former, the immediate. So the Kano politics is a little bit dicey. So we must know that whether Kwankwaso join ADC or not, the unity of the party is important. The party must speak in common purpose. Otherwise, it will amount to an exercise in futility. That's my take.
Institutional standpoints, Barrister Atta, are Nigerians' political parties ideologically structured, or do you think they are merely electoral vehicles?
Well, I agree with your last statement. They are just just there as a vehicle for their selfish interests. They have not shown or exhibit any sign that they are concerned about you or Nigerians. Even the ideology and the purpose of the parties, the original intention of all the parties, is being defeated. Is it that you see politicians decamping and junketing from one party to the other? Is that how you describe it as how you run a political party? A political party is being run as a glorified secondary school. It's not done. Or like a kindergarten association. It's supposed to be properly regulated. You see that the party will automatically give them that ticket. Where is it done? Look at Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He has virtually romanced about 3 when he's another party. AP is now in ADC. How will you correlate that? Look at Peter Obi, PDP, Labour Party, PDP, and then he's now back to ADC. Look at Kwankwaso. He was in PDP at a point. He left for APC, and then thereafter he now went and franked his own party, NNPC. I don't know the name of that his party. And now he wants to join ADC. How will you do this? They see it as a vehicle. The purpose and the original intention of the parties and the intention of the constitution is being defeated. The provisions of the constitution is clear. A political party must have an ideology. You cannot leave one party and then you continue to romance with other parties. Some of them are even doing inter-party. Particularly, what is it called? A person like Wike right now, you cannot say he's an APC member or a PDP member.
All right, Barrister Atta, will be coming back to you. Let's quickly move to Abuja, where our guest is joining via Zoom. Hello, Honorable Uche Agweze Okocha. If you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're talking about the APC just concluded convention. The APC adopted a consensus approach at the convention. Critics says this weaken internal democracy. How do you respond to this?
Well, I would think somewhat, despite the fact that I'm an APC member, the view of the critic is correct. Because if you look at the Constitution section 223, the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria made it clear that leadership of political parties must emerge from democratic process. Okay? If you look at even the APC Constitution itself, Article 20 is also very clear on how leadership of the APC itself should emerge. And what I see that played out in this, the last concluded congresses and convention, both at state level, at local government level, at world level, I see that the term consensus was misconstrued and misapplied. Consensus was misconstrued grossly and misapplied. What the law meant by consensus, even by the Electoral Act, Section 84 of the Electoral Act, if you also look at it when it talks about the consensus of elections, it means that those who are contesting are the ones to come up with this consensus, not party members who are not contesting for the positions. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying clear.
Yeah, yes, sir, sure.
Yeah. So the situation we saw is a and say so local government have adopted so person as our consensus candidate. So political and notice the leader of the law said that those who are contesting will put it in writing that yes, I have accepted that I'm no more contesting, that I'm giving up my right to contest, my franchise, to my fellow contestant, who will now be the person to be adopted by the party. That is where the term consensus. But they have been misinterested party members who were out to oppositions. So utmost respect, where they will, if you want form for your government, they lead your state. In a state, I'm from Abia State, in a state where there is no APC governor, what they will say, go and meet the leader of the party in your state so that he can give you the form or he can endorse you for us to give you the form. I'm an APC member. I'm talking from primary information. I'm talking from primary experience. I'm talking from primary evidence. I'm talking from cogent and reliable information that they will say for only one form is available for you. And the one form will go to a particular person whom the governor or the state leader has endorsed for the position you are contesting. And these state leaders or governors will now use their influence, what I call undue influence, will now use their influence to gather subjects of the party together to say, this is the person we are adopting as our consensus candidate. At the end of the day, they will say, this is the consensus candidate. Take, for example, you will see what happened that almost all the members of the National Working Committee returned. Because of this thing, they say consensus. So if critics say the thing affected internal party democracy, despite being an APC member, but being an advocate of truth, justice, equity, and natural justice, I will agree with critic that what our party have done is not laying a good precedent for democracy. There should be internal party democracy. Democracy is all about contestations, participatory democracy, and that is what will grow political parties. Remember, these political parties are what you are expecting to emerge as government and to control the political structure of. So when the democracy.
Okay, Honorable Uche, some working committees were formed. I mean, new national working committees were actually formed. What makes you think that these new committees that were formed, they won't rather be different from the previous ones?
Why? On balance of probabilities, it is difficult to say they will be different because on the face of it, prima facie, they are the same people. If you check those that the alteration there is not, it's just very few. I don't think it's up to 3. Like Deputy National Chairman South. Now, Chief Ben Moye now replaced the former person that was there. Are you getting it? So
yeah, sure.
It's very few. Yeah, so what you have now is the same people, except somebody can understand this from legal point of view. The constitution of the party, I think Article 13 or 12, it's established that the highest organ of the party is the convention. For instance, the national chairman of the party did not emerge before by an act of convention, rather endorsement by the NEC. The NEC is the third in the hierarchy of APC. NEC is the third in hierarchy. You have the convention, then you have the national advance of the appointment. I think he was nominated by the president himself. Then the NEC, which is a high-rising organ of the party, endorsed him. So maybe within, the person can say, oh, since I'm not a product of convention, maybe I'll be careful the way I will handle things. Or maybe I will restrain myself. But now that he is a product of full convention, I expect him to be more assertive, to be more, exercise his powers the more. So I think that can make a difference.
All right, Honorable Uche, I'll come back to you. Barrister Atta, do you think this law, should the law be amended to regulate consensus candidacy more strictly? Yes. Do you think the law needs to be amended?
Yes, it is a law that gave room for all this ambiguity that we are seeing and several interpretations as to whether some people will interpret consensus candidates as to mean that whether it is the people that are contesting in that particular position that will endorse and say, oh, I'm ready to forego my rights. Some people will interpret it in that fold and give room for the contestant for a particular position. But some other members of the parties may interpret it to say that it's a collective agreement by all the leadership of the parties and then the members of the party to say that, oh, we hereby resolve that these people are now our leaders. So I don't understand the purpose and the genesis behind why we should have a law that we cannot give a literal interpretation. What is the purpose? And then you give room for our selfish politicians to give the word different species of interpretation. Then we interpret it to favor them, just like how we are caught up in the saga of transmission and then transfer. And then you see that politicians will misinterpret it. INEC will adopt whichever part suffices for them at a particular decision. Now, look at what the whole federation is experiencing now. There is no power supply all over the federation. And we are close to election period. And we want transmission of results. How is that possible? But however, let me narrow it down to your question on whether or not I prefer that the provisions of the law should be adopted to give room for internal democracy by people contesting for an election. Of course, that's how it should be. But our politicians, they know that they have their special
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. Welcome on board. I am Anuluakbo Stevens. I better still call me your social media butterfly. Now, today we kickstart by letting you know that the APC held its 8th National Convention on March 27th to 28th at Eagle Square in Abuja, highlighting or electing a 25-member National Working Committee, including re-elected Chairman Nwate Yelwata. President Tinubu addressed the crowd defending reforms like fuel subsidy removal, and he said that he boosted state funds, cut inflation to 14.45%, and drew investor interest while promising 1,600 more megawatt via a new grid company. Amid electric chairs from delegates and performances by Ice Prince and others, tear gas at the entrance disrupted entry, and critics questioned economic claims and security arrangements. Now, here are 5 major videos that trended over the weekend as a result of APC convention. Take a look.
Congress.
Progressive Congress.
And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of our great party. So help me God. Congratulations. I did.
Jama'a me ke faruwa a Abuja ne nan da kuke gani da yan uwanmu ne da buga ake tashi to yau na gan su a garin Abuja gabaki daya, especially yan Kano kun gani sai bacci suke ta yi akan titi da sauransu. So nan sun zo campaign ne fa na Tinubu da Abba, sai ka ce ba wa'annan mutanen bane suka samu a cikin halin haula'i. Ku duba inda suke bacci dan Allah. Don ka bibiya ba mai 100k a cikin account din shi, amma a yanzu akan yabi naira 1,000 zuwa 2,000 aka ga sun dauko kafa sun tawo a waje domin su zaɓi mutumin da yake zalunta su. So dai Allah subhanahu wataala ya taimake mu, ya taimaki musulunci baki da. Kun gani nan duk su ne. Ai sai kun ma fita waje za ku gani nan wa'annan a cikin gata suke. Wallahi kuka fita waje za ku yi irin za ku yi mamaki sosai wallahi. Amma fa fitar su suke dubawa fa. Allah ya taimaka kawai.
we're not supposed to be put here because normally we're always at the entrance of the convention. Since yesterday, I've been protesting that they kept us here because we are a state that has a governor. Not that we spoke to our governor to cross to APC. We worked hard to make a governor for the state. And we expected that when you are considering positioning states, we are supposed to be one of the first states to be positioned because we worked hard to flip the Edo State to APC. And we are also convinced that as a state that has promised Mr. President 3.5 million votes, to be kept in a place like this is not right. But
well, there you have it. 5 major trending videos that trended over the weekend from the APC convention. Away from that, President Bola Tinubu says his administration is paying attention to the electricity challenges across the country amid growing complaints from Nigerians over poor power supply. While speaking on Friday at the 2026 National Convention of the All Progressive Congress APC, Tinubu acknowledged widespread concerns over electricity outages. He said the Grid Asset Management Company, CAMCO, is expected to inject about 1,500 megawatts into a new grid corridor to strengthen supply. Let's take a look.
Many of you lamenting the problem of electricity, power. Yes, we are paying attention to that. The Grid Asset Management Company, CAMCO, which will inject approximately 1,500 megawatts into a new grid corridor. We are going to improve on it. Electricity will become better, and be assured there will be opportunity and progress in our industrialization path.
There you have it. Electricity will become better. But how did netizens take this online? Let's find out. We'll start off with this user who wrote, "Promises like this sounds good on paper, but Nigerians have heard it many times before. What matters now is visible, consistent improvement in electricity, not just assurances. Until the lights stay on, it will be hard for people to take this seriously. Accountability and real results are what build trust." Well, still on the story, this user wrote, "We were promised a fixed power grid, yet we have moved from instability to a complete nationwide blackout. It is hard to believe this is coming from the same leader who told us to judge his first term by his success in power sector. When do the excuses end and light comes on?" Well, finally on this story, this user wrote, "But he promised he will fix it in 2022 and even told us not to vote for him if he doesn't deliver on that promise. So, are we to believe him now?" Good question. But away from that, hashtag El-Rufai has still been trending online as over the weekend, former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, has been granted temporary bail by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission following the death of his mother, Aija Umar El-Rufai, on Friday. Now, the temporary freedom is to enable the former governor perform the funeral rites of his late mother, who died in Egypt after a period of sickness. So El-Rufai's son, Bashir, confirmed his father's release in a post on his X handle on Friday. And over the course of the weekend, we had the burial being done. And now take a look at dignitaries who attended the event.
ɗauka daga nan da su duba ya wuce ana
Well, videos circulating online did show that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, also attended, but we're certainly not sure if that video is as regards his birthday prayers on Friday or what happened over the weekend with the loss of El-Rufai's mother. But away from that, let's move over to reactions online. Now, we'll start off with this user who wrote, "Today, Atiku Abubakar. Today, I joined family, friends, and associates of Malam Nurse El-Rufai and the extended El-Rufai family at the janazah of the matriarch of the family, Haja Uma El-Rufai. May God continue to comfort the family and all who mourn her, and may Allah grant her al-Jannah Fideros. Ameen." Okay, amen. Well, still on this beat, this user wrote, "Looks like El-Rufai increased his political capital with the passing of his mother, coming at a time he is being persecuted by the Nigerian government. Tinubu is a political genius, laugh out loud, but this is free PR for a man who is bound to contest as vice president at least in 2027 or as president in 2031. Now, still on the story, this user wrote, "Man, I really can't understand this kind of politics. Like, you are attending the occasion of someone you are persecuting and about sending to jail. Like, these guys are separating emotions from politics. No permanent foe, no friend." Well, away from that, let's talk real politics now. As a former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has announced his resignation from the new Nigeria People's Party, the NNPP, now citing the need for political realignment. So Kwankwaso, who was the party's presidential candidate in the 2023 general election, disclosed this in a statement issued on Sunday. Now let's have the picture of the resignation letter he posted on his X handle. If you could have that on now. The former governor described his exit as a difficult decision, noting his long-standing involvement with the party. So let's have, all right, so that's the resignation letter that trended over the weekend, and let's see how you took this online. Now, this user wrote, if we could have the first reaction to the story. This user wrote, well, I remember saying, okay, so Kingsley says, "Why resign? Why not merge the party together with the ADC?" Good question. Now, another user, still an X, reacting, "Leaving your own house to become a tenant in another man's house. I wish you well, Your Excellency." Ojo Festus on X has that to say. Well, still on this bit, this user wrote, "Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwaso just have an ego problem. Who will lead in the race 2027? If they let Atiku go, 2023 would repeat. If they let Obi, none of them would agree to be vice. If they let Kwankwaso, APC will sweep the north and most in the south will stay home." That's what happens when three kings fight for the throne. Well, away from that, my final story for you for today would be from a pastor, David Ebiome, now founder of Salvation Ministries. He has caused a stir after arriving at a crusade held at the University of Port Harcourt, Uniport, in a Tesla Cyber truck. So a viral video shows him stepping out of the futuristic electric truck at the crusade ground. And this is making round all over social media. Let's take a look. Reacting to these online, while some persons online were shouting God when, others asking how did he get the money, being just a pastor. Well, let's take a look at two reactions from this, with this user on X writing about how even Jesus no do reach this one. According to Sammy of Milan, more Nigerian pastors don't brainwash many. Another user reacting to this viral video wrote, they are servants of God. Are they meant to suffer? Well, on that note, we wrap up TMI Social this morning. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens. And from all of us on This Morning on ITV, do have yourself a great day ahead.
ITV, certainly the best.
My first now, good evening. The program they watch now, Udwata. Udwata means heart of the matter. With the original from Independent Television. We do this every Monday, this kind of time, because we always bring different issues. You will see different things in the morning, how it happen. In the evening, we'll give you updates and also add to some of the things that happen, or give you the development stories about those things. And so we do. This week, we get another fresh discussion. We say more give now, more serve now. This week, I hope say on a body transfer for inside cloth. Yes, many thanks to everybody who say they always watch this program. And yes, our team of engineers don't put everything in place. And about next week, yes, I'm very sure that yes, as we talk, you will talk to us back by calling our telephone numbers. Okay, my name is Mark Pololo. Yes, with the Uzi, I deal with now here again inside this program. I deal with my brother Victor. I go to Victor. Good evening.
Good evening. You are good evening at home.
Okay, we see the expectation of our brother Ichoya Iwobe, and he will soon join us either via Zoom or he will come join us live for Insta. But why the program they call make we start like this? Many issues are up for inside politics for Nigeria. We will start from the home throne. Victor, my brother, the way they want to come, you did surprise say the almighty Bala Mohammed of the PDP and the former or the chairman of PDP Governors Forum will join the PC.
number one, there is no more governor for us because there is no governor. PDP governor again.
I had two of them the day before.
Okay. Two people will not form follow. Okay. I am not surprised to be candidate. I am not surprised because what has been happening is a revolution, political revolution. The agenda that has been going on, and I know it will get to this stage. Even the last man standing, don't be surprised when you hear him say he's going to join the ruling party. Why?
Who is the last man standing?
It's Makinde of Oyo. He's the last man standing now. As of today, as PDP is concerned, we have 4 governors who have not defected yet. Makinde of Oyo, Anambra, Oti of Abia,
yes,
and Osun.
Yes.
So these are the 4 governors who are not being having. But tomorrow.
But Osun just go do accord now.
It's not with the ruling party. I just mentioned.
Okay.
Governors, the 4 governors that are the
ruling party.
Each party has one governor.
That's true.
So the 3 parties, the 4 of them is one governor each. So the other 32 plus Abuja are with the president. Why? Because what we not come to know as the Tinubu carrot. So, according to what they have been said, they say it's irresistible.
Irresistible.
It's a honey that is sweet. It is a honey that is sweet. It's a honey that is sweet and medicinal. It's not a sugar.
Irresistible.
Irresistible honey.
Because for someone to carry the almighty Bala Muhammad,
the carrot is irresistible. And if that goes to you, you say it's your choice. Take it or forget it. You will still get your state. What will you do? You look at it. And political survival is also a part of it. If I say take this carrot, I say they guarantee me political survival. Okay, let's look at the Bala Muhammad case. When we are able to see that according to the agreement, they are making him to move, it is a 60-40 arrangement. 60-40 arrangement. Senatorial ticket has been offered to him. Senatorial ticket. He's a governor, city governor who has not finished his tenure. And the only unresolved issue within them now is who is going to nominate the successor. That is exactly what they said is outstanding. Even in spite of that, all things being equal, by tomorrow, there's going to be official declaration for him to finally join.
My God, they speak pidgin. Okay. For them.
So now tomorrow they say he will go join them. So he already arrange everything. The only one thing never arranged. Okay. Now they say who want to appoint the successor.
Okay.
So that irresistible carrot, that kind of women person of the throw away, the way aroma they shake everywhere.
Okay.
So that where aroma they shake everywhere, come make and say once they show it to you. You have no choice but to don't go meet them.
Yes, sir.
That is why all the whole government in Nigeria, they have to work. Okay, they don't go one direction.
Okay.
They never see this kind one before. No country, I don't know, Nigeria is turning to have become a one-party country, one-party state. Now so we come to see here today. I'm waiting with a look with this. It's unfortunate.
Okay. Going by this arrangement, you talk about one man standing. That one man standing, by history, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu be did like that for the Southwest. Yes. It was only one man standing and a coffee stand. You believe say Seyi Makinde go fit?
The Seyi Makinde Bola Tinubu of the old. Because now my person that time of the old, they are not the same at all. Because now Tinubu that time have godfather, they get godfather. And the godfather that time, Ibrahim Adesoya did for grand well. So and he carry people. The tsunami, that time they call it the tsunami, the political tsunami that wiped everybody away from Southwest. They from there they build supporters again. But I'm not sure Makinde can be able to do that.
Why?
Because I did not see him as a person who get that ability to mobilize people. Because if he had that ability to mobilize people, PDP will not have crumbled the way it crumbled. The other one, Tinubu, the election will take happen. It happened for by-election. But this one, you days there, they carry your people. You can't do anything.
Well, let's look at the problem of PDP. What will really be the issue when they not resolve?
Okay. You see, PDP problem now self-destruct. Now then, it's self-affliction. It's a self-affliction. Political rascality and political gangsterism. Now he kill PDP. PDP get opportunity to have repositioned the party and made the party the darling of everybody. But they squandered that chance. The way Nigeria squandered oil windfall, Operation Desert Storm. You know Operation Desert Storm?
Yes, sir.
Nigeria make so much money. The money was squandered. That political capital for PDP was squandered like that. Now, when you know Obi was in PDP, Obi was campaigning from state to state until they could tell and say, come, we like you, we like your style. We will only vote for who give us money. That was one piece. We no go give money. Now he pull out for PDP. They don't tell him. Then we hear some Wike so say okay fine. No be money they want to do the thing. I go spend the money. I want contest. But make una know say na nothing I just dey finish presidency now. The next position should go to South. Now so we take arrange am. It's called gentleman agreement in PDP. When Obasanjo was president, when he was back going, Peter Odili already win ticket finish. When Obasanjo call and say, come, Odili, I be Satana. I just be finish 8 years. You a Satana cannot take 8 years. Cannot take the president. Pack your load, go house. Now I'm not Tana. Now I'm not this thing go. If whether now know how you do it, anyhow when you take do at that time, Odili for win the ticket. But Obasanjo stopped him and said, go home. This position is good to North. After we will come to South. And so we did the arranger they go. But the Northerner, through Atiku, who was greedy for power, say no. Kabwa, who betrayed Wike, say no. Okay. Now, the political primary when they do for Port Harcourt, yes. When Atiku win the ticket, Kabwa was become the no Satana contest. Now Wike now sponsor Kabwa 100%. Every money that was spent, set up delegate everything. Only a few candidates they beat Kabwa. Now Wike now sponsor. Now when it's now they talk for a Satana to contest, all of them still come say they want contest. That time the Satans, all of them say, may no Satan person contest. This position is for a Northerner. But when you read to say it is for Satana, that is number one betrayal. Number two, Wike when sponsor. When he reads ground of election, he say he has something to say. After everybody has spoken, everybody don't talk finish. Nobody is supposed to talk. That is a ringing. It's a form of ringing. He said, he has something to say. Let them give him a chance. He said, now I'm standing down for my brother Atiku. Those who wanted to vote for me will vote for Atiku. That was a open ringing. Because everybody don't talk finish. Nobody is supposed to talk at that stage. So, somebody went sponsor against Atiku before. You were not telling people that you will come. Vote for Atiku, no vote for any other person. And I think the national chairman at that time, Kogo also hug and say
you are the hero of this convention. Abi?
Yes.
Which means that it was prearranged.
Thank you. Now, so that is a two-way betrayal. That is what made Big Wike to be very, very angry against PDP. That will make Wike to be very angry with PDP, especially Tambuwa. Say, okay, if you wanted to say you are stepping down, you would have been, okay, I'm stepping down, I'm no longer contesting. I leave it for my brothers and let them, I will vote, I will only vote, no vote for me again. Vote your choice. That would have been better. They would have kept their friendship. But when now you make pronouncement, this is a particular, all my candidates, the particular person you must vote for. That's an open ringing. So that was how he betrayed Wike. The 5 governors who saw this as a slap said, no, we will not support our party. That was where PDP killed themselves. Now, the final leg to the coffin was choosing vice, to choose vice presidential candidate. Then they now hold a meeting. They now say, okay, fine. In order to pacify Wike, what happened? May they choose Wike as vice. They were grouped like that. So then Atiku said they should give him, they should not give him 3 candidates. So Atiku, they now pick Wike, they pick Okowa, and pick other person. But the rumor has it, it's a rumor, also from the grapevine, that this man, the governor, was now pushing money to settle people. I said he can bring a substantial amount of money to support the campaign. So finally, Atiku now keep picking Okowa instead of Wike. And that one said, it be like a fire when already they burn, they don't even add kerosene, they can't add oil. So where the breeze reach, now so we will burn reach. And they say, okay, since that is how people want it, we will burn the house down. That's how the problem they start. Because if you really have leaders who were serious within the party, who can mobilize, immediately you would have said, okay, it's season like this, they will have put their feet on the ground and say, no, you can't go like this. Let me give you an example. When they did 1999, when they did primary for Lagos, Tinubu no win primary, governorship primary, no winner. They did primary. Now this one I can say, make the councillor. We will do consensus. Tinubu came through consensus. As a come through consensus, so they have to look a way to pacify every camp. Then they have to go and bring Kofo to become his deputy. That was how Kofo became his deputy. You know, it was not, it's not an arrangement. When you are doing things like this, you must have a political sense, what they call political sense, common political sense, to say everybody is important when you come to politics, because politics is by number. Then you can say you can go to where and go to ashes, we don't care. A real politician don't talk like that.
That is what and it says. I think recently in an event, this current president, yes, he jammed he and Lai Mohammed and one other person for one gathering. But this person, I'm trying to recall the name, and this person, as they come, he has been in the opposition. If they talk against the president before, but when he come, when the president talk to Hoga,
yes, exactly.
Then let me say, this man knows your camp do. Let the matter say, don't become the different politics.
No. Remember, these are the things, these are the lessons these politicians refuse to learn. Now, if you look at it, okay, look at, for example, Arigbosola.
Yes.
Arigbosola is from Osun State, but Tinubu gave him a commissioner position in Lagos. Groom him and send him to Osun to go and contest. And he contest and won. What of Ondo? I think yes, Ondo. I think Mimiko. Then look at it was a little, just by say a little something that make James did not become governor of Kogi State.
Yes.
That is representing Lagos.
And this can't die.
Thank you.
The former governor now died. They don't finish.
They don't already announce results. They have not.
The man can't die.
The man can't die. And that there was a lacuna in the law.
Yes.
The lacuna was that the law did not specify what happened if they have not been sworn in, and the principal that what you do, what you will do. But common sense would have tell you if they have been sworn in, the deputy to
automatically,
but automatically the deputy to go. So they play a very dirty and dangerous politics.
Yeah.
That one now give rise to people like Yaya Bello. You know, these kind of people that comes like this, they are very, very dangerous. And I have said, I give you history. Amechi did the campaign. Amechi is a Central Supreme Court governor. He did the campaign, he didn't win any election. It's Omeya that campaign and won election. So until they used Supreme Court to remove Omeya and brought in Amechi, Amechi didn't have a good record. So if people like this, that Supreme Court to bring it to power, okay, they call one another Supreme Court governor there now. They call him, no. They talk and say na Supreme Court governor. I don't know where the Supreme Court governor is. But go and check the history of the. So they are always like this. So politically, they did not do it well. PDP people did not do it well. Where a person like Sheyi Makinde, if he had influence, we were able to mobilize people, this thing would have been able to be resolved. So
no, but another question is, because let me just take as Damian William as a leader. I say Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah.
You know, if you resolve PDP problem, you can go ADC.
Yes.
Then how will people now look at him as somebody who will say, well, rule the whole country? If you know if you resolve the PDP, does it really mean say now really selfish interest in the try to pursue?
You see, these politicians, I can tell you, 90% of Nigerian politicians, they are driven by self-interest. You know there are some self-interest that can trickle down.
Yes.
This self-interest is not the one that trickle down. It's a dangerous, primitive self-interest for wealth accumulation. They just want their own. Because what Tinubu did, how many politicians in Nigeria can do? Look at Atiku now. He's running. When they are telling him now, it is a certain position. Look at Tinubu. When they say it was a northern position, he brought out his money and ensured that Buhari become president.
Yes.
He didn't contest. Even in that election, Tinubu, Atiku also contest against Buhari.
Yes.
In that first APC election.
Yes.
Say, okay, fine. Go and check whether Satan are there among them. They say because this position right now is for the northerners. But when he now come to say, okay, let him put to be Satan, they will say, no, we don't agree. We go do it. It not be money we will put on. And what they have shown is lack of capacity to manage situation. If there was problem, go deal with the
where our elders in PDP, like people like Bode George, our Papa, because
reason that people
Bode George, Sule Lamido, Audu Bear, all those people, where are all of them?
Sule Lamido. I was looking at what Sule Lamido said today. I read what he said today. He's saying that we should come together. Everybody now should embrace Wike and let all work according to Wike condition. I'm telling you now. He was addressing people the breaking of Ramadan and all that. He was addressing them.
But a very smart person. Before you continue, a very smart leader. Unless the person just want to be, I know use all those kind of bad on television. Unless the person just want to pretend. Therefore, no say Wike they agreed. Why they not call that man say, okay, true, this the way we do you no good.
Okay.
No good resolver.
Thank you. He's not a smart leader. Even that, what do you call him? Sule Lamido. Then you will go and you compare wetin talk when Wike dey vibrate, say this thing we want to do. Now we want me to destroy it. May we pull for this umbrella, may not contain anybody. He say, who be Wike? Who be Wike? week without week, PDP is going to where they want to go. The motor move anywhere now. The motor will be crippled. The umbrella, even there is no strength in the umbrella at all. Now only the pipe remain. So when they started, they were arrogant. They were grandstanding. This thing will have offended you. But what does it take? You see, when you are talking about politics, political strategy, you must put everybody's interest into it and say, look, if you do this one to this one will go away. Watch Tinubu, for example. Go and check since Tinubu become president, whether he have castigated anybody. He don't. Because he is still finding a way to make that person to join him. He has succeeded to do what has never been done in Nigeria. That one president, the only person who did it was Abacha, and was by God. If you don't join us, so the whole political party now nominated one person as a presidential candidate. Is there going to be any no election again now? So this one now is not doing it by gun. He's doing it by strategy and carrot. So he's the only man who have been able to sit down and say, this is the direction I want to go. I want to do it like this. But all of them that were in PDP, they were blindfolded with power. Say, we are going to take the power. We are going to do. The people are suffering. Yeah, the people were suffering. But then you were by yourself putting fire in your house.
Okay, let me take you down memory lane as a student of history. In Jonathan time, many governors joined PDP. But you know what?
No. Jonathan time is quite different from this time.
Okay,
Jonathan time there was also grievances.
Okay.
The grievances was that Jonathan was going to contest second tenure.
Yes, sir.
Which is so Jonathan Akonrida as third tenure.
Okay.
Because I finish this person old, Yanadua old, he can't do one tenure. And they were saying Jonathan should not contest. That is now a time for the North to take position. Jonathan said, by constitution, I can still contest election. So there were grievances, even within the party. So those grievances were not resolved. And Atiku was at the brain behind the grievance was Atiku. Atiku, then Amechi was scattering the southern part. He was the chairman of Governor Forum, Nigeria Governor Forum. He was the chairman. As a matter of fact, he took Jonathan to court. When they look at the case in court, he's got to win. Jonathan had to beg him that they should remove the case from court for amicable settlement, out of court settlement. And you see, all the whole thing, they now form APDP. This was where they balkanized, they destroyed PDP and make Jonathan not to win the election. But however, Jonathan actually won that election. He was hold on, he didn't go to court. If Jonathan had gone to court, Jonathan would have been declared the winner of that election. But Jonathan refused to go to court because Jonathan was white. The country has been put under siege. That is the insecurity we have been seeing till today now. The country have been, you have a security report. As a president, every security report of the country is with you. You have seen it, see where they came from, what the whole thing that was going to happen. Even if they were declared him a winner, the country would have boiled. So he now say, okay, fine. No Nigeria blood is worth my political ambition. Maybe take it away. Let me give you an instance. In Kano, they have 2.something million votes in Kano without no single one voted. Where you want to say that one? In Kano, 2015 election, Kano had 2.something million votes for Buhari without no single voted vote. What does that show you? And guess what? The INEC resident officer of Kano and his wife and children were burnt alive.
Yes.
And we all know these things. What do you think that will happen? That is, in case this man go to court, any eye that can provide serious evidence should be eliminated. We all know this. If you have a serious case in court, you have destroyed the evidence, the case die. A natural death. So you're sleeping at night, they burnt everybody. That man was wiped out the surface of the earth. Did Nigeria talk about him today? No. Who paid that supreme sacrifice? So it's not that we don't know what happened. Then Nigeria has been spilling blood since they have been able to contain the situation, no, it would have been worse if Jonathan was there. In terms of insecurity. But maybe he would have been able to, because he has already made arrangement for bilateral agreement with other nations and bring in mercenaries to deal with the situation. But unfortunately, he decided he don't want to contest it and he didn't go to court.
Alright, if you just join us, the program Udota means heart of the matter, and when they go down memory lane, when they go back to history. Fortunately, now only one governor na PDP can get right now. All the other governors don't come out, and we're not going to know where well, that governor maybe Sheyi Makinde. And so it's time for politics. Many things they happen. Program Udota and Udota from Independent Television. Don't forget to star 347 star 732 hash. We will give out 2.5 million. Make you be part of the people who say go enjoy that money. A lot of people do know you feel be the next person. Star 347 star 732 hash ITV radio as a time. That's our raffle draw. Just enter and you go enjoy and say yes, you should to be part of that program. All right, make we take one short break. The program Udota will continue after this break. Okay, if you just join us, the program Udota means part of the matter. I'm original from Independent Television. Every Monday, we call it the vibrate, we call it the vibe. We talk about issues we see they happen around our country. And you will say they watch us for us. Obviously, they follow up for this program. And like I talk, from next week, or Tuesday, Monday, you will also be part of the program. We'll open our lines for you so that you will come. But before we enter the next part of discussion, Victor, now where we do right now, a very dangerous one. PDP don't go. Because the Labour Party don't enter home. We know you have Labour Party again. Now, the only part when we see if they come out now be ADC. As at last week, what do we name now? Some 9 senators decamp to the ADC. 9 senators decamp to the ADC. I think last week or within the week or so. That's a very good sign. But my colleague, a very senior colleague for that matter, for our sister television, for Arise, you know, they call File Seni. It only talk say the ADCs, they look them like jokers. Say because it's how they're supposed to act, they don't act. Do you see ADC as the Messiah number one? Is there any hope for ADC the way they go?
As a matter of fact, I don't talk this thing many times. ADC never do something when they take them serious. As of today, now only one person they get, which is Peter Obi. Now only one person they get.
But don't know what they talk yesterday. Say make they make what do we name? Atiku president, then either Obi or Amici to be vice. That's the only way ADC go stand. And now the body language of the party they speak so.
Yeah. But what are we even hearing in the news? That even the South, and doesn't Amici not to be. I don't know whether it's true. But if what we are hearing is true, so when you look at it, you discover that as of today, there is no sign of seriousness within them. Because if there's going to be a sign of seriousness, you will know, you will see it now. Okay, for example, I am not seeing the NDC put up the advert saying this is our party, this is what we stand for, to start educating the people.
But they see the phone news, FITV news. Yes. Like telling Obi come, when Obi come Benin, when Olumide Akpata the camp, when they destroy the office, when they go shoot them, all of those things, and they see them.
News.
Okay.
They have not put their own. You know, so the way you will break and say, now we be this, now we be this, now we this is how they take know us, and this is how we want to do Nigeria. They do opposition when no get direction when you want to take us go. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now these people, this current leadership in Nigeria, they are taking us to nowhere, from one hardship from fire to fire. Then they say we don't even know where they want to take us to. What are the programs you want to put on ground? As of today, how many months to election? There is no program ADC have brought out to say this is what we entice the people to the party. That will make them vote for the party. The only thing that make them today to talk about ADC is that Peter Obi, what I'm talking about just now. But if you remove that one, who remember them? Who remember the ADC what we talk about? That Dele Momodu is almost like a servant to Atiku. So you know it's what political interest is talking about. All these politicians, majority of them, 90% of them don't think about Nigeria interests. It's only about their own interests and what will benefit them. And this is how they run the country they are running aground. Even when you know that you cannot perform, you cannot do, but we'll put you there. You say now you will put, because now you will satisfy our interests. If there is somebody who can do and will benefit everybody, they will not bring that person. Because they will not say, we are not looking for a person who will satisfy everybody. We are looking for a person who will satisfy us. So that is how Nigeria has been wrong. And they are doing like that, they continue like that, and they are... See, ADC, PDP, APC, all these parties, they are just one and the same thing. Because when a purpose is not known,
abuse is inevitable.
Abuse is certain. So this is where I said ADC is not a serious party. As at today, maybe they will change tomorrow. Hey, by now, ABC jingle should be on no radio and television station. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. When they form APC that time, immediately they form APC, they throw jingle and start letting people know what they want to do. They come with the mattress of change. We want to change the government and make it better. So now we don't have anything about them. What do we know about them? What are they telling us? Nothing. They are not telling us something. So you just think that people will not come out to say vote for ABC. How are they going to do that? And these people are ready. APC, did you know how many trillions have been set aside for election?
I tell you say they're serious.
Oh.
They show you the passbook?
No. Okay, look at it. Right now, do you know how many trillions APCs cannot account for? Under this administration, yes, they can account for trillions. What do you think? You think say the trillion just walk away with that?
No, they say they cover for the lapses of former President Buhari.
They are covering for the lapses of former President Buhari. And then you take that one, hook, line, and sinker. No. What are they covering on? Tell us. We are not talking of hundreds of billions. We are talking of trillions, tens of trillions that they can't account for. We are not talking about hearsay, audited report. Audited report is a legal document.
Yes, sir.
Saying this thing is missing. This one, they are waiting for election. That day on election day, one person will be getting 100,000. Vote for just APC, 100,000 take. You look like this. I have not worked this one for the past 3 days. That is why they have weaponized poverty to subdue the people, and the people will submit willingly. And they know what they are doing. These people.
Alright, we just once again the program of Daughter with the listener from Independent Television. We must talk about politics, we must talk about governance, we must talk about government, we must talk about institutions, we must talk about the people, we must talk about poverty, we must talk about hunger, we must talk about leadership, we must talk about control, we must talk about schools, platform, universities, anything, because this is the center of the world. Alright, like I told, *347. *732 hash. If they watch us now, just dial them. Your name will just register for there. We won't give out 2.5 billion. So it will be part of people won't say either you will carry 100,000, 50,000, 200,000, 250, as the case may be. So now try this whole thing. Okay, Victor. Another problem don't hit the world, which is US, Israel, and Iran. Yeah. Where is the world today? The world is suffer.
Well,
as of today, a company that says some other countries they try to release their reserve to cushion the effect of the
oil price.
But this no work. If BSCT go down small, it don't come up again.
It will be like that because 30% of the world oil.
They pass through Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you. They pass there. And Iran have authority over that place. They are the one, you don't say it's...
They say whoever pass there, they go bomb up.
It is closed. You want to try?
Maybe they don't put some, what do you call it, is it landmines for that place?
There are mines.
Yes.
They are planted. Man, you see, when fight comes, you use everything you have to fight your enemy. That is also a part of what they have. Since you are fighting us, we don't get power like you. We will do it that the whole world will feel the impact. Next time you will reason twice before you try us another this way. Now, when you look at it, Saudi Arabia oil passed through there. Iran oil, Iraq oil.
Yes.
All those
Gulf states.
The Gulf states.
Yes.
They all passed there. 30% of the world oil. They talk about the natural gas, liquefied natural gas. They pass through that place. What is the alternative? Alternative is to come and pass through Africa with a high cost.
Yes.
Pump through pipeline. They have Saudi Arabia have pipeline, and that pipeline can only deliver 7 million barrels a day, whereas through the canal, through that they have about 21 million barrels per day move through daily. So it is going to be a problem. That is why we draw that line. See, let's involve the whole world. Now, those crude mainly are going to Asia, and that is why what they said, America is approaching China now, because China is still a friend to Iran, to try to see if China can be escorting a ship across that place. So they will not become. EU are reluctant to join, because when Trump became president, he shit on all of them and mess up his own allies that would have given him a very broad support. That is why many people sometimes they destroy what we help them. Because of one naira, you are destroyed 2 naira, and everybody is feeling the impact. But unfortunately, the manager of Nigeria economy did not prepare for a situation like this. So everybody, including Nigeria, we don't supposed to suffer anything. Then why are we suffering? Why is so much impact in the Nigerian economy?
Japan say will carry them because when Donald Trump could appeal to all these their allies like Japan, Australia, maybe they carry their warship till they escort oil past there. Those will say that they will do.
Yes, they will not.
Why?
Because Donald Trump did not treat them properly, treat them well when he became president. He was hitting them with
tariff
here and there. So the people you have messed up like this, go back to them to beg them for help.
For the first time, price of petrol called increase for America.
Yes, this is going to be like this until they resolve this matter irritable. Now the thing there is this: I'm not surprised things go like this, because America is a country of war. People don't understand that. It's a country of war. In their life, there is always be war.
Because even as we speak, we never even finish it one. Donald Trump, they're talking about Cuba. That Cuba now be the next target.
Thank you. So it's always a country of war. Did you know? If you know the history of America, you will the other thing that is happening is just a child's play. That is their nature. When America got independent, 1776, they got independent. They declared independent. They didn't even get independent. They declared independent. They were just 13 colonies. 13 colonies, which are equivalent to 13 states. How many states in America today? 50. They are trying to make it 51 by taking Canada. Yes. So all other states were acquired through war and buy-over. For example, like Alaska, they bought Alaska from Russia. They bought some from Spain, and from Britain they bought some. And they declared war California. California was California and other states around that California were part of Mexico. California cut themselves out of Mexico through war. America supported them. Immediately after a year, they acquired California. And they declared war on Mexico. They took Mexico 55% of the whole country. They harnessed it and added it to America. This has been their lifestyle about war. And what I've seen is that, especially when it is a Republican leadership,
yes,
they always fight war. And it's no different from Donald Trump today. Gulf War, Desert Storm,
yes,
is them. Everything, this always has been like that. But my prayer is that they will not plunge the war into Third World War. Because this small thing now, small Iran, is affecting Nigeria. If Third World War starts, you know what it's going to cost? It's going to be a devastating one for the whole nation, including Nigeria. Because our manager of economy are not preparing. But this thing like this is not supposed to affect us.
How?
The oil we are producing, who owns it? We own it.
Yes.
How do we own oil? Because oil is going up in the international market. We are pushing the oil to international market to go and sell, to make money to steal, instead of now giving the Dangote to
make money to steal.
Yes, now. Because the dollar is not coming in a bigger form. They are getting money to steal. There's no accountability in Nigeria. Go to NPC is in a mess. I just told you, edited report of NPC. Trillions cannot be accounted for. And now they are making more money. Are you seeing the money? Where you go to see the money? Where are we suffering? From our own thing. Your own property will be suffering from it. We take this, God give us this product. It's in our land. You take it out. Take it to market. It's like a farmer who produce good yam or cassava or gari or rice or beans from farm, refuse to feed his family and take the produce to market and sell because he want to get money. Is that a farmer a good farmer? No. The way things are today, you say, okay, fine. Now it's like this. Dangote, there was oil this swap they made with refinery from Mota and other place, but during Buhari time. Why not bring that? Refine the agreement with the Dangote. Now, how many cubic liter or cubic of how many million cubic of petroleum do we need to consume every day? What is the how many barrel of crude oil that will produce that?
Yes, per day.
We will give you. Produce it for Nigeria consumption only. We are not exporting that. We give you the one we will be using to do your export. What is wrong with that? So, but if you do that, it will benefit everybody. And Nigeria economy cannot run. Or those who are running our economy and those who are leading us, they don't want to pursue or implement a policy that will benefit everybody. They must make sure that people are subjugated, people are crying and suffering. Because it was a fella that once said, suffering and what? Smiling. We suffer and we smile and we say, this person is doing us a favor. Is it not the people that are supporting this government now? How much is a liter? A liter is 1,300. A liter of fuel. In Nigeria, somebody will say, other countries they pay more than that. The economy of that country, if for example, every day I earn maybe 300,000. Just say 300,000. I earn it every day. If a liter is 1,500, I don't bother. Put it in my car, fill my tank, I move away. How much will I spend to buy a full tank? Probably maybe about 70,000 or 80,000, or maybe 100,000. Out of 300,000, 500,000, I make 300,000. I fill my tank. That tank will carry me for 2 weeks. If I fill my tank, carry me for 2 weeks. For 100,000. I will not bother. But the people are suffering. They do not increase the suffering of the people because Nigeria economy is a fuel-driven economy. Anything that happens to fuel, every other thing is affected. They know this, and they are clapping hands. So, when I read the book Audacity of Hope, written by Barack Obama, he said something in that book. He said deliberately, private jet will be given to him to use He said we don't use them. Deliberately we use public transport and public airline. He said the reason is that he want to mingle with people and hear their complaint, to understand what they feel. Go to public and interact with people. From there you can know what they are feeling, the feeling of the people. Then you act accordingly. But this we have a elitish type of this thing. They don't
you think say now so Donald Trump also be, because for instance now this the American USS GL warship in the Gulf, it cost them about $15 million to maintain it per day. What if they won't get ready to spend that kind of money compared to $20,000 which will be where around the truth?
Okay, now you see the thing there is this. If you understand, for example, how come that every business you want to do internationally, what currency do we use?
Dollar.
Why? And how did it happen? These are the things you must know. Dollar, the international business was dollarized. America did it purposely. And anything that we sustain this kind of advantage, will no matter what, at any cost. That is what they are doing. And this thing was coming from the Gulf. They used Saudi Arabia to do it and insist that oil must be sold in dollars. We only buy oil, we only sell oil if you are ready to pay in dollars. Everybody start agreeing and falling in line. Is it dollar the highest currency in the world? No. Pounds and euro are higher than dollar. But that is how America told them, if you help us to achieve this, we will ensure your safety and security. America can spend anything in the Gulf because of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has stand. Any government who want to bring an idea to remove dollar as the currency of international business, that person is gone. Do you know what happened to Venezuela president? Only he committed offense. This is his agenda. The time has come to get dollar out of the business. They got him out. Dollarization of international business was enforced by Saudi Arabia. And anything they will do to provide security for Saudi Arabia, they will do it, no matter at any cost. No, doesn't matter who is the president of America. This agenda must be sustained. It's our national interest. Do we have such in Nigeria? No. We fall up on that. We don't have any politician or leader who have national interest. No, who fight for national interest. There is none. They all fight for personal interest. What I can get, what will come to me.
Which means that as it is now, there is no end in sight. This suffering will continue.
This suffering,
as we begin to
this suffering may not continue.
But there is any signs, any sign say the suffering will continue, never come.
Yes, why I'm saying this is that all hope is not lost.
How?
Thank you. Because 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 hours. But it's like a long time in politics. Let's watch until primaries are done. Let's see how they do their primary. Let's see who is coming aboard, who is going to be candidate. Then what is the person going to be telling Nigeria? If anybody can bring out this fact, the atrocity these people are committing against Nigeria, and say, confirm, check whether I'm lying.
Anyway, but now, as we begin to wrap up, just in one word, do you see ADC right now as a formidable opposition wey go fit rest power from this party? No. In one word?
No.
All right, the program of just how we do from Independent Television. We salute everyone who joined us this evening. Our brother Musa Seidu, I greet you, and the family of Akpalolo, I also greet all of us. Yes, God knows why things happen the way they do. So make una take heart in the way on day. That's all I be. So all the Akpalolo family, I greet you this evening because I also they watch this program. I want to salute you, especially my brother Victor and every other person who say they watch this program for them. Well, like I promised, by next week, yes, our engineers don't devise. It means when we say you too, go till they talk to us as the program they comment. Nigeria on our own will not get another country. Yes, even if you be cities or other place, like I they talk to one doctor just he say as me and you they talk so. If to in America in day, you know, if you talk to me, if they walk to me, if they walk, now if they walk and they talk to me, if they walk and talk to me, if you do another country, you know if you receive call, you know if you do it, so many things. What you know if you do when you come up for this country. So Nigeria remains the best country for all of us. God bless Nigeria. I greet everybody again. God bless Nigeria.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, Thomas Hobbes once said life is short, nasty and brutish if there is no government, and it termed that the obeisant pattern of life, and life becomes chaotic where there is no government. We look at the theory of the state and of course how democracy came upon us and how it started bringing dividends of good governance, and it is upon us as a people, as a country, you know, to continue to deepen the practice of democracy. And we will be looking at the Electoral Act amendment for 2026, which the president not quite long signed, you know, gave assent to. My name is Philip Omo Gyukmo. This is a beautiful opportunity to say welcome on board with me on a fresh discuss of law and you, where we always elucidate concepts that look shady before you. But this is just to arm you with your rights and duties as a citizen. And of course, I have a legal luminary with me in the studio, and he is Emmanuel Obakolo. Big thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
It's a delight to be here. Good afternoon.
All right, well, let's look at the backlash. Let's look at all that transpired in 2023, if we are to take a walk down memory lane. And of course, also look at the opposition politicians, you know, that barricaded the National Assembly alongside the civil society activists, demanding that there should be a mandatory course for the bill then, you know, seeking for the transmission of election results, you know, at real time. But that seemed not to, you know, go through. Of course, we are having some setback, you know, in respect of the amendment not sinking in that direction of making it mandatory that election results must be, you know, transmitted, you know, at real time. What do you see about the implications for this, looking at our democratic, you know, outlook?
To my mind, we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. It's what I can refer to as civil rule or military rule garnished with civil flavor. That is what we are practicing in Nigeria. Because if we are to go by the spirit and letters of the Constitution, as provided for in Section 14, subsection 2, that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria. Sovereignty. Now the question is, where is the sovereignty that belongs to the people of Nigeria? That sovereignty can only be manifest when the people of Nigeria elect who becomes their leader or elect who governs them. That is when that sovereignty, at the point of the election or electing who becomes the who governs the people of Nigeria, it simply means that the sovereignty that the people of Nigeria has, they donate it to whoever will rule them. So while the person rules them, the person becomes the servant of the people of Nigeria. But what we saw in the drama that just ensued, where Nigerians took to the street in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where they demanded for just two things. One, electronic transmission of results. Two, at real time. And the legislature, including the executive, manipulated Nigerians, wherein they choose election could be transmitted electronically but not at real time. And even at that, there's a caveat in section 3, in section 60 rather, subsection 3, that and what is the caveat? The caveat is that there could also be what do you call it now?
The manual
process.
Manual collation, yeah.
Collation of results. So you now discover that Nigerians want a situation where they can't govern, they can't elect rather, who govern them. But at this time, those who are at the end of affair now choose to tell Nigerians that, look, we have both the knife and the yam. And as such, we are going to lift the government above the people of Nigeria. And indeed, they just manifested it by lifting the government above the people of Nigeria. No, they refused, flagrantly refused, that they were not going to give the people of Nigeria what the people of Nigeria want. So vehemently, they took charge and now placed a caveat in line with what the Nigerians demand. What did they do? They succeeded in doing is you take one and we take one. And the essence of all of this drama we have seen in the electoral act just signed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is that they gave room for manipulation. And that is what they tend to do. And already we saw it, they tested it in the Federal Capital Territory Council election, where we saw a lot of drama. Yet they said that INEC is prepared. But once upon a time, we were told in this country that NCC told Nigerians that they have 93% network coverage in the whole of this country. If we can have 93%, it simply means that we have 7%. Then we can improve on the 93 to get the 100%, if that should be the issue, why that caveat was put in that law. But they refuse because they see it that it is not just the PO, the presiding officers during the elections, they will be controlled by those in power. We have already seen it, but again, it is a very terrible situation that Nigerians have found themselves. It shows that we don't want to improve in this country, and it shows that those just now who are at the end of affair just want to remain and stick onto power till God knows when.
But let's examine this constitutionally and logically. The implications is what we're about. Now, for the very fact that there's also an opportunity to bring about collation of results manually by virtue of the fact that it was not cast in stone that there must be, transmission of election results, at real time. It was even stated as real time, by the, Electoral Act. But the 2026 Electoral Act amendment is already done. By this, does it override the fact that there wouldn't be transmission of election results electronically?
Yes, that is just what they have succeeded in doing. But at the close of the day,
does the act suggest that?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? It gives a window if there are issues for the electoral officials to fall back to manual collation. It doesn't close the very fact that it can be transmitted electronically. So is that what the act says?
Mr. Philip, you know that what really opened the eyes of Nigeria to make that demand was the judgment of the Supreme Court in the last presidential election. In INEC rules, guidance and rules, it was stated that elections will be transmitted electronically. But INEC, the same INEC, at a point in the legislative National Assembly elections, nothing happened to the transmission of elections result electronically. It was the presidential.
Okay, but as at that time, it was just a rule.
It was a law.
It wasn't having the backing.
To my mind, it was a law.
Okay.
INEC rules and regulation is a law. It is not mere cosmetics.
But it was tested in
court. It was tested in court, and the court said it is mere cosmetics.
Exactly.
That is not a law.
So we can't go by that.
And that was
by virtue of that experience.
Yes, and that was what made Nigerians to say, okay, if it was a mere cosmetics and not a law, now we want it in the law. We want it to become a law. But again, we saw the caveat. Now, what that simply means is that the PO, that is a presiding officer, will be the one that will determine whether or not election results should be transferred electronically or manually. So
stepping us back to where we were.
Yeah. So who controls the PO? How do the vote the electorate?
I don't want us to really look at this like we are being political about it.
No.
But I want us to disabuse our minds from the happenings in Nigeria or the experience in Africa, where some will say that, well, those who are in power are power drunk, and so basically we want to, run the office of that they occupy, you know, towards personal aggrandizement. But away from that, can you see the good that comes with the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment?
I cannot see any good with it. The reason being that, in the words of Lord Akin, he said, and I quote, "Power intoxicates. Absolute power corrupts absolutely." We've come to witness in this military rule garnished with civil flavor, where one man controls everything. One man has made himself a demigod. That is the president. The constitution so gives the president so much power to the extent that the president of Nigeria can turn a man to a woman or a woman to a man. That is what the constitution provides for. And the president we have just now has taken advantage of that. We are seeing a lot of drama, decamping here and there. They want to infuse Nigeria, they want to force Nigeria to become a one-party state. See, not until Nigerians begin to elect who governs them, we are not going to make any progress. Yes, those in power will be telling you they are making progress. Why? Because they remain in power. So they are progressing. But what about the majority of Nigerians? Are the majority of Nigeria feeling? Are the majority of Nigeria experiencing? Are the majority of Nigeria witnessing the power, the progress that we are making? Yet, it is said that the people of Nigeria have sovereignty. It is the people of Nigeria who donate their power. Which power did the people of Nigeria donate? What power do they have to donate when the people of Nigeria cannot elect who govern them? So that is why we are saying that caveat was the master stroke. You don't put a caveat in a law. We are going to witness another legal tussle. Okay. And wherein the courts again will be tested whether or not who wins election in Nigeria. It's still going to go back. We don't want, Nigerians say we don't want a situation where it is a court that determines who wins an election for us. We Nigerians want to determine who wins an election. But here we are again. Matters will still go to court. And the court will interpret it in their own wisdom. That will now seem to be another drama. And Nigerians will begin to shout. Why is it? So we Nigerians wanted a situation where we will not have, where even a layman can interpret the law.
Thank you.
In the language that is ought to be. But just now, we are faced with another form of interpretation.
Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel Obakolo. Well, he said the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment never came with any good. But we're going to be taking a short break. And after which, we're going to test what he just said. Don't forget, the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment is already a legal document, but it's also a factor by which we're going to be testing the transparency of our elections and how credible the elections are. And basically, for the citizenry to build trust in the electoral umpire INEC, it's important that we look at this, with a microscopic eyes, critically, in order to, dissect and analyze all of this. My name is Philip Omo Gukmo. We'll take a short break, and we'll be coming just shortly. Let's look at this 2026 Electoral Act Amendment. A lot has been said concerning some good it came with. We understand that, the electoral official could suffer jail sentence if sensitive electoral documents are not, released by the resident electoral commissioner, for instance. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't think that, Mr. Philip, let's be realistic.
And of course, also, which falls on the autonomy given to the electoral umpire in terms of, the financial ability to be able to carry out their budget without any unnecessary, hiccups, as that has been increased already. And then we also look at the, campaigns, the rules, the laws guiding the, financial limit at which campaigns will be done by various candidates. That again was also increased. The limit was also increased. I want you to look at this specifically. Would you say critically that this Electoral Act amendment didn't come with any good?
It didn't. Let me tell you, Philip. They tested the Electoral Act 2026 as amended was just tested in the FCT. We saw a situation where the FCT minister declared restriction, not INEC declared the restriction. The FCT minister declared the restriction. Is that not a flaw on that law? And himself that declared this restriction was moving up and down. After having said before that day that those who support President Ahmed Bola Tinubu should just go and vote, that they should leave the rest for him. So, what good has the Electoral Act come with? We are going to see another flagrant abuse of the law.
What about the ability to upload their voters card for new registrants?
What if they tell you that there is no network? As they are already conversing. That is what the problem is. Because they've given themselves the room. INEC told us in the 2023 presidential election that there were glitches. We are going to see another form of supersonic glitches.
Are you saying that as being a pessimist?
Because I am saying it because of our experience.
Okay, so which means there is this lack of trust.
Yes, already. And I see it. Why, if I may ask, why the caveats? Why the excuse? Somebody argued, some of the politicians now who are in power, who are enjoying themselves and their family, argued that, oh, Nigeria, even in the so-called superpower nations like the United States of America, elections results are not determined at in real time. Can't Nigeria start it? We saw in Kenya.
Nigeria is a developing country.
No, but we saw in Kenya, a developing country.
Though not underdeveloped.
Where the court, the judiciary, gave opposition judgment in their favor. Even when there's a sitting party. We saw it in Kenya, but can that happen here in Nigeria?
But do you know that it's a huge gulf? Because you made mention of the American polity. Do you know that it's a huge gulf looking at the American polity and that of Nigeria comparatively, because they've gone developed while we're still being developed?
And what is the meaning of developing?
In the process.
In the process. So in the process we can bring something new and showcase to the whole world. And the whole world can learn from Nigeria.
It's a far cry to pace it with the American polity. That's what I'm talking about.
That is what,
in spite of this, there are still some rooms for the American polity to also, look into another alternative outside transmission of election results electronically. If they can do that as a polity that is being developed, aren't you sure that this is what the lawmakers also saw and needed to, avoid anything that would bring about an ugly incident in the nearest future? Don't forget, we are heterogeneous people. We have different cultures, different languages, different people trying to come together as one Nigeria. That could also be the reason, logically, why it has to be planned out in that direction. I want you to speak on this.
In America, 50 countries make up America. 50 states make up the United States of America. With different cultures.
That could be the reason why they didn't cast it in stone. So that again could also be a reason why the Nigerian government should also be very careful in rolling out that in the Amendment Act.
In America, they conduct electronic voting. Can we do that here?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we will have another opportunity to really brainstorm on this. Big thanks, Emmanuel, for always having time to discuss with us whenever we call on you. This is the much you can take on Law and You. I'm Philip Amo Gupon. We'll see you on the next one. Bye.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers round their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwan. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thanks for joining us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. Icons is a program specially designed to showcase individuals, personalities who have made giant strides in our society in a very unique and special way. So you can learn from their stories, learn from their journeys, and imbibe some of the values, the culture, and the style of leadership that has defined their personality over the years. And bringing those values to bear in your life will definitely change your story. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to bring you this program every other week. In today's program, we have a generational prophet, a pastor of pastors, a teacher of teachers, a minister of the gospel with outstanding impact, an educationist par excellence, a spiritual leader who has continued to impact this generation, and I dare say even generations unborn. We're privileged to have in our midst as our guest for this week on the program Icons, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, former National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, the one and only Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. It's a pleasure to have you on the program Icons, sir.
Thank you, Sonny. It's my privilege, and I thank you for counting me worthy to be part of this program.
Fantastic. I'm very honored to be interviewing you because I know as a child I watched you on television ministering. I watched you in crusades and several other opportunities that I had, and I'm grateful to God I have the privilege to be interviewing you on a day like this. Share with us, what was it like growing up, looking at the heights that you've attained globally, the impact that you're making globally, ministry-wise. One would believe that you were born with a diamond spoon, or at least a golden spoon, or even a silver spoon. What was it like growing up?
Well, I can't tell you there was no spoon when I wore a wooden spoon. So it's a very typical rural setup, and to a family that was barely making it. So all we knew was the house, the farm, the river. So Opanosa, which was then called Owa, was a very rural community, and I grew up the third of 15 children. that was life, what it was, and I didn't have the privilege of going to school. I grew up, many of my mates were, those who could afford it were in school, but my parents couldn't afford to send me to school until the government of then, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, proclaimed free education for all children. It was then I went to the primary school in Obadusa. That was the beginning of my educational journey.
Fantastic. At what point did you move to Benin, and when you got to Benin, what were those activities that you got to serve involved in, before venturing into ministry, as it were?
Well, I came into Benin City. I was sick, but I had the burden of having myself educated. I went to the St. Patrick's Secondary Modern School, where St. Paul Catholic Church is now.
Okay.
It was all struggles. I was telling our students yesterday, I sold newspapers in this town to sustain.
So you were a newspaper vendor?
Yes, to sustain my educational aspiration. So that was what it was like.
At what point did you come to the conclusion that ministry was a calling? It was something that you would do for the rest of your life?
Well, first I pursued my aspiration in the field of engineering. When I finished from the secondary modern school, I went to Electro-Technical College, which is now Federal College of Education, Technica in Asaba. That was the year the Civil War broke out. So that made us to return back. And I went to the Government Trade Center. It was almost struggles. I finished my City and Gates of London certificate in electrical installation. Then I continued pursuing my education in engineering. I worked. I left the Ministry of Works as a higher technical officer before I traveled abroad for that theological training. But in 1972, I turned my life over to Christ in a crusade organized by the late Archbishop Vincent Idahosa. It was almost immediately, as at that time we were told, you will be not discipled, and you begin to also tell others. So it was later that year, I attended the local Bible school, which is now All Nation, almost immediately. And the work of ministry started on part-time. So it was when we built the Miracle Center, the church built the Miracle Center, then everybody was moving to the new auditorium. That the late Archbishop asked me to stay over in Yarrow to continue to pastor the place. That was where actually my pastoral work started.
So you were more or less like the first bishop of Church of God Mission Yaro, so to speak?
I wouldn't call it bishop because at that time, of course, there were no bishopric. The late Archbishop, I was there when he became an Archbishop. So, but he trusted me to be the station pastor in Yaro, and became a district superintendent of the area, including up to Ondo State. So it was a privilege for me.
Within those years you were in Church of God Mission with the Archbishop,
yes,
what were those values, those qualities, characteristics that you got, and how did that influence you into starting your own ministry and being able to sustain the ministry since, I believe, 1988?
Yes.
Onward.
Well, you will never blame the Archbishop for not teaching you the Bible. You will blame him for teaching you too much. Because you can't go to his service and hear stories, his Bible. I had that privilege to be raised on a solid foundation. And, it has kept me over the years. In those days, you don't go into ministry for what you will get. I was pastoring in Yaro. I was still working in Ministry of Works. And it was just my joy to serve. I never had a thought that a day like this will come. So I see it today as preparation stages of my life. And I will forever be grateful to God for the solid foundation that I had. I have, like you know, traveled quite far and wide, and I've held several positions, leadership positions. But that foundation is what is keeping me. And I have remained focused on him. Called me.
Fantastic. If you just joined us, the program is Icons. Our guest today is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, one-time National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, sharing with us the thoughts about life, his journey of life, and the values, strategies that have impacted and influenced his personality today. Is quite inspiring, very motivational. And I'm sure you're learning one or two things from this conversation to add value to your life. We'll take a short break. The program will be back in just a moment. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program Icons. Our guest is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this honor and privilege to have this interaction with you. In 1998, you founded Gospel Light International Ministry, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. How did that come about? Did you hear God? Or like some say, there are two categories of church leaders today. Those whom God called and those that called God.
Yes. Well, I don't really want to take you into the circumstances that surrounded my life at that time. In all honesty, if anyone had told me that I would leave Church of God Mission, I would never have believed. I had good relationship with the leader, the leadership. I rose to the highest ruling body, the National Executive Council of the church. I was trusted to handle very sensitive areas of ministry. But, you know, there was this storm that came. Like as I said, I don't want to really go into it, but it pushed me to a place of prayer. When it looks around at all that I thought I had was collapsing. So I know I spent quite some days in prayer, broken spiritually, cried to God the situation I found myself. But then it was the 7th night of that my prayer exercise. I heard God speak to me. If you are around me, I'm not like those who say God say you go to the toilet, God say you should clean up. You know, but I tell you, Duke, God spoke to me. And what he told me was to unconditionally forgive all I perceived hurt me. And that he was going to use me to start a new work. He put a lighted candle in my hand. I'm telling you the real thing. And asked me to go light others. So that's where the gospel light came up. We started in my sitting room. I had no money, I had nothing. About 12 people gathered with me in my sitting room. The next Sunday after it, we went to Nightfall to cut palm leaves, palm tree, and build a bamboo shade behind my house for a service.
Where was your house at this time?
At Webo Street, behind Texami Road. So that was my first house, which I bought that land with Udoji. If you were I
heard about the Udoji award.
So, but anyway, that was how we started. And miraculously, God provided a place for me. But we were only in the bamboo shade for one Sunday.
Wow.
The next Sunday, I found a hotel room in Edre, former Edre Hotel along TV Road. That was how the journey started. It has been one level of growth to another. We spent less than a year or so in Edre Hotel. Then God provided a warehouse in Muselu, where we renovated, and it just started growing. We ran 2 services there, before we moved down here.
Wow. That was really fast. And it really showed that it was God that called you and wasn't you that called him.
Well, we laid the foundation of the church here.
Yes.
I think two of our elders left the church. They told me it was over ambitious because it was too big, and the burden of how we're going to build
raise the money and build.
So the idea was build some four corners, something, and so this is the place now that has become too small. Where we have a convention center, yes. So the growth is continuing.
Interesting. Let's talk about ministry of yesteryears compared to what we have today. There are those who will believe that perhaps ministers of the gospel of yesteryears didn't really imbibe the right values and virtues in the subsequent ministers. So that transformation, that transition wasn't proper, and that's why we're where we are today. What's your take on the church yesterday, today, and the future against the background of some of the clear-cut realities that we see in ministry today from pastors, men of God, and all of that?
Well, in all honesty, I wouldn't absorb my generation from blame. It bothers me at times whether we have been able to impart the total truth to the upcoming generation. At the time that some of us came into ministry, the church was impoverished, very, very impoverished. I remember when my pastor then, the later bishop, bought a 504 station wagon. I mean, the press all over this country spoke against him that, how can a pastor ride some kind of,
expensive car?
So he was a very strong man. He could stand firm on what he believed. So he began to teach. We began to realize that you can serve God, go to heaven, and still be relevant here on earth. That's what the Bible teaches. So the God who saves our soul doesn't say we should suffer, live in abject poverty here until we get to heaven. So that discovery brought what they now call the prosperity gospel. I think the inability to manage, strike a balance is where our problem is. I'm worried. We ran into a problem. I led the Pentecostal church in this country for 8 years. It was a great honor for me. But the Pentecostal church in Nigeria is a kingdom with many kings. So for me, I mean, there are several colleges of bishop, whatever title you think of, we have them. So at times control or passing instructions are difficult. I mean, how can me, a pastor, now tell Archbishop, sit down. Don't do this or do this. You know, that's been one of the problems. Then, of course, there are many young people that left the university and they speak good English. You know, they have read the Bible. And most of the time they come out, some of them come out with greater crowd, greater following, and they have more money than you do. So are you going to tell him, call him to order, you know? So these are some of the issues that we have. We read in the book of Judges that Joshua died at the age of 110. And all the elders who outlived Joshua, they served God. And all those generations passed. Then there arose another generation. It is that another generation that is the challenge. They did not know what God did for Israel. We need to let our upcoming generation know our values. Many of them are more educated than some of us. They studied Greek and Hebrew, Latin, which we never had opportunity to do. I do know that revelation is progressive, but they also must not forget that even the little we knew helped them. Many of them got saved out of that little message that we had. I'm concerned, one of the marks by which you know a man that has derailed from God is the spirit of arrogance. And he says, it is one of the marks. God taught me early in life to know that there is nothing that I have that has not been given to me. And the Bible says, when you have done everything you have done, so you should say to yourself that you are an unprofitable servant. You've just done what you ought to do. And I think that has guided me in my journey. That's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I know that the thoughts that you shared are things that anyone with the right senses imbibes and takes advantage of. Will definitely have profound impact in such a person's life. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
And once again, happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's been a program for today on Icons. And our guest has been the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. The journey, quite an interesting one, starting out life with being a newspaper vendor. I'm sure at that time you never imagined what it would be today. The same for you. That's a story that should motivate you, inspire you to look at the brighter side of life, irrespective of where you are today and how things are with you. Until I come your way same time next week on Icons, I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
certainly the best.
Over 25 killed in Just Palm Sunday massacre at Angwa Rukuba. As Minister Tugar resigns. Edo government to appeal court ruling on restriction of movement during environmental sanitation days. Many thanks for joining the news on the network service of IT. I am Joy Ikogu. I've been joined by Philip Omorugipo from our Benin Network studio. Hi, Philip. It's been quite a while since we last shared the screen. How have you been?
Hello, Joy. It's quite awesome to be here, and it's a pleasure to share the screen with you also tonight.
Many thanks, Philip. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriels. Good to see you, Pat. How have you been?
Good to see you, Joyce. I'm good. You're looking so pretty. Purple looks good on you.
Many thanks, Pat. And all right, let's set sail. Nigerians have continued to express grief, anger, and concern following the Dead Sunday attack on Gwarukuba community, just north local government area of Plateau State, which reportedly claimed several lives. Newsmen gathered the community around 7:30 p.m. on Sunday, riding on motorcycles and opening fire indiscriminately on residents who were going about their normal activities. The sudden assault threw the area into panic as residents scrambled for safety. In response to the incident, hundreds of angry residents took to the streets on Monday morning, defying the state-imposed curfew to protest the killings and demand urgent action from the authorities. The protesters gathered at the scene of the attack, expressing outrage over the continued loss of lives in the state. Since news of the attack broke, many Nigerians have taken to social media to mourn the victims and condemn the violence. Meanwhile, a United States Congressman, Riley Moore, has warned that continued attacks on Christians in Nigeria could strain diplomatic relations with the U.S. following reports of the deadly Palm Sunday assault in Jos Plateau State. Reacting in the post on X on Monday, Moore condemned reported killings of at least 10 Christians in Angwarukuba on Sunday, describing the incident as part of a troubling pattern of violence targeting worshippers during religious observances. The congressman, who was part of a United States fact-finding delegation on alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria, further added that such attacks have become frequent during Christian holy days, urging Nigerian authorities to take decisive action to prevent further bloodshed. Called on the federal government, led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to urgently strengthen security measures at upcoming religious events. The FCT Police Command is seeking increased public support and cooperation in the fight against crime and insecurity in the territory. Crimes correspondent John Tainer reports that the FCT Police Commissioner Ahmed Sanusi made the appeal during the nation exercise as part of marking the next day in Abuja.
It was an unusual sight at the Area 1 roundabout as crime fighters, men of the FCT Police Command, neatly kitted with white and camouflage, occupied the area not with AK-47 rifles, but with cleaning items like brooms, shovels and rakes, raiding littered areas and evacuating refuse dumps, sewage blocks as residents watch in dismay. The sanitation exercise at Area 1 against uncleanliness was led by the FCT Police Commissioner Ahmed Sanusi as part of activities marking the National Police Day celebration. The FCT's boss said that, as directed by the Inspector General of Police, will further build trust among the police and the general public in the fight against insecurity.
The IGP has graciously slated programs for us to have community outreach for the members of the civil populace, and then engage in environmental sanitation to impact on the civil society and the civilians, so that they will know that we are part of them and we can also do what they are doing, and we are ready to serve them so that we can be more friendly and then we can be attractive to them. So that's why we're out to sanitize the area, to show also the implications of cleanliness, which is said to be next to godliness.
The sanitation exercise was simultaneously carried out with medical out from Abuja. John Dana, ITV News.
Away from security matters, as the remains of the late mother of the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, Hajia Umar El-Rufai, was finally laid to rest in Abuja in accordance with Islamic rites. Sympathisers have continued to visit the residence of Nasir El-Rufai to their condolences. ITV's Kaduna correspondent Umar Mohammed reports. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tugar, has resigned from his position to pursue his political ambition to run from governor of Bauchi State. This was disclosed on Monday in a brief statement by the ministry's spokesperson, Kimi Ebi Emfa. His resignation of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs is confirmed. Newsmen had previously reported that Tugar was among forces in President Tinubu's expected to resign in order to pursue their political ambitions. The special advisor to the Minister of Media and Communications Strategy, Al-Kazim Abdulkadir, had earlier confirmed Tugar's intention to contest for the governorship seat of Bauchi State. When asked when Tugar would resign his ministerial appointment, Abdulkadir said there is a timetable released by INEC that stipulates all the rules and regulations for running. He will adhere to this. And still talking politics, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has declared that loyal members have taken back the People's Democratic Party, criticizing defectors and taking a swipe at opposition figures, including Peter Obi. He stated this on Sunday at the 10th Elective National Convention of the party in Abuja, describing the gathering as a turning point after months of internal crisis. Joseph Kadri reports that the elective convention returned Abdurrahman Mohammed as national chairman and Senator Samuel Anyanwu as national secretary.
In his remarks during the 10th elective national convention of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, says the gathering marked a rebirth of the party and set of its leadership structure, noting that the successful conduct of the exercise signaled renewed stability. Wike criticizes members who defected during the crisis, saying their actions reflected a lack of leadership and courage in difficult times. He, however, praised grassroots supporters for remaining steadfast despite pressure and tension. Their alliance helped restore to its core base, while also taking a swipe at Peter Obi for also defecting from the Labour Party to the ADC.
Leadership requires commitment. What you see that has happened, defection of some governors who have left, have only shown you they lack the leadership traits. I liken them like the former presidential candidate of the
Earlier, man of the convention and former governor of Abia State, Okezie Ikpeazu, urges stakeholders to put aside personal interests and work to rebuilding trust among members.
You must act decisively.
We sincerely apologize for the technical hitch in the transmission of that report from Abuja. And our first story tonight from Benin Network Center comes this where the management of Benin Electricity Distribution Company will appear before the Edo State House of Assembly on April 13, 2026, amid ongoing power supply challenges. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagbon reports that Speaker of the 8th Assembly, Blessing Agbebako, disclosed this during plenary and session on Monday, March 30th, 2026.
This will be the third date fixed for the BEDC management to appear before the Edo State House of Assembly, and it is expected that they do not fail to honor the invitation to answer issues of poor power supply across the state.
It's very terrible. If there is no light in Edo State, as members representing the people in their constituency, we must cry out and let BEDC know that
In another significant development, the lawmakers also considered a public petition regarding the handling of the criminal case of Samuel Adeyemo by officers of the Nigerian Police Force Zone 5. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The member representing Ovia Federal constituency in the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Barrister Mosede Gabriela Igbinedion, has outlined her key achievements within 6 months in the 10th National Assembly, underscoring her commitment to purposeful representation and tangible development across the constituency. The federal lawmaker presented her scorecard, and of course, the report is presented by Ikwamusa Ogiagbe.
Within her first 6 months in office, the lawmaker representing Ovia Federal constituency, Right Honorable Barrister Omosede Gabriela Igbinedion, has focused on people-centered initiatives in healthcare, education, youth empowerment, rural development, and legislative advocacy. She has sponsored and supported strategic motions and bills reflecting the interests of her constituents and Edo State at large. These include a motion opposing the proposed ceding of parts of Edo State for the creation of Torube State, a motion calling for the reconstruction of the collapsed Ovia Bridge, and another advocating the establishment of a Benin-Lagos railway corridor to boost economic growth and enhance security. She has also drew urgent attention to the abduction of young girls in Kebbi State. In the area of education, the lawmaker awarded scholarship to beneficiaries including Peace Osaibovo, a 13-year-old JSS2 student from Oduna Ward, and Annabelle Caleb Omega, a 5-year-old nursery 3 pupil from Ohede Ward. She also proposed the construction of a 6-classroom block at Eresonye Primary School in Oluku Ward to strengthen learning infrastructure in the constituency. In rural development, Right Honorable Igbinedion facilitated the installation of over 200 solar power street lights across Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest, improving security and boosting socio-economic activities. She also facilitated the provision of a 500 kVA transformer to Okada West Ward to improve electricity supply and support local businesses. This is in addition to the disbursement of loans to farmers in Ovia to enhance agricultural productivity and livelihoods. Demonstrating her commitment to youth development, the lawmaker facilitated the employment of over 100 youths from Ovia, creating opportunities for economic inclusion and self-reliance. Through her community outreach initiatives, she also distributed bags of rice to residents, providing relief and support to households. In the health sector, Right Honorable Igbenedion facilitated a proposal for the establishment of a health center in Ofunama, Ovia Southwest, to improve access to quality healthcare services. Right Honorable Barrister Omosode Gabriela Igbenedion reaffirmed her commitment to sustaining this momentum, assuring constituents of her resolve to continue championing policies and projects that will uplift lives and secure a better future for Ovia Federal Constituency. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Business owners and landlords along Sapele Road in Benin City, Edo State, are expressing concern over what they describe as the slow pace of work on the Adesua Junction Flyover Bridge project. Joy Obai Siagbon reports.
They will dig there, they will move there, they will come and look iron here. The gutter is uncompleted. You are doing everything, They dig the road to that junction there, block. When the erosion fall, now what happened? Our offices are flooded.
Business owners, landlords grieve bitterly about the slow pace of work on the ongoing Adesua Flyover Bridge construction project.
The contractors are not working. If they are not ready, they should be able to get a better contractor who can do a better job for us.
The Sapele Road Flyover Bridge project, which began in October 2025, is part of efforts by the administration of Governor Monday Okpebholo to ease traffic congestion around Sapele Road and the Adesua Junction. However, residents and business owners allege that the pace of work by contractors has been slow, negatively impacting their businesses and daily activities.
But the company, when they give it, they are not doing the work at all. I saw the work, this flood, they enter my house.
They say the delays are taking a toll on them, citing significant losses and erosion caused by the ongoing construction.
No business, everywhere is just closed up because of the flood, and there's no flowway. So the water have to reverse back because there's no flowway. Once it's filled up to the pile of the gutter, it floats to the premises. In that case, it damages a lot of property. If you come to my office, you see the whole computer has been soaked with water. Over 50 computers, machines and printers, all of them are damaged.
The affected persons are appealing to the government to urgently intervene, especially as the rainy season approaches.
Remove the drainage, remove the water away from the street first. Even though the job delays, it's no problem. The job can finish in one day. But they should be able to do the gutter, the drainage first, so that we can have access to go into our offices. That's what we are begging for.
From Benin, Joy Obai Siagbon, ITV News.
Independent Television and Radio has announced a slight adjustment to its commercial rates effective April 1st, 2026. In a statement released by the management, the station explained that the upward review is necessitated by prevailing economic conditions. Management appealed to its valued clients for understanding, while also expressing appreciation for their continued support and patronage. Watching ITV Network News, we now join Patricia of our Lagos Network Center for a continuation of the news. Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you, Philip, and welcome to ITV News from Lagos. And the news, stakeholders in Lagos State health sector, particularly with medical arm, have called for the strengthening of hospital and administrative pharmacy systems to enhance efficient and safe drug delivery across public health facilities in the state. The special advisor to the governor on health, Dr. Kemi Oguyemi, described the call as timely, especially amid the growing demand for patient-centered healthcare. Oguyemi also commended pharmacists across the state of their dedication, noting that pharmaceutical service remains central to achieving safe and efficient healthcare delivery. Moving on, the Lagos State Environment and Asbestos says it is concerned that individuals are using social media platforms for blackmail, intimidation, and the spread of falsehood rather than sharing meaningful and enlightening information with the public. CP Adetayo Akirele, in an interview, stressed that strict enforcement of the state traffic law is necessary to curb the dangerous two-way driving, which has resulted in avoidable accidents, loss of lives, and lasting for affected families.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has declared that loyal members have taken back the People's Democratic Party, criticizing the factors and taking a swipe at opposition figures, including Peter Obi. He stated this on Sunday at the 10th Elective National Convention of the party in Abuja.
In his remarks during the 10th Elective National Convention of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, says the gathering marked a rebirth of the party and a reset of its leadership structure, noting that the successful conduct of the exercise signaled renewed stability. Wike criticizes members who defected during the crisis, saying their actions reflected a lack of leadership and courage in difficult times. He, however, praised grassroots supporters for remaining steadfast despite pressure and intimidation, insisting that their resilience helped restore the party to its core base, while also taking a swipe at Peter Obi for also defecting from the Labour Party to the ADC.
Leadership requires commitment. What you see that had happened, defection of some governors who have left, have only shown you they lack the leadership traits. I liken them like the former presidential candidate of Labour Party.
Earlier, the chairman of the convention and former governor of Abia State, Okezie Ikpeazu, urged stakeholders to put aside personal interests and work towards rebuilding trust among members.
You must act decisively to heal divisions, rebuild trust, restore discipline.
In his acceptance speech, the newly elected national chairman of the PDP, Abdurrahman Mohammed, pledges to lead with integrity, fairness, and a renewed vision for unity.
I thank you for your trust, and I thank you for your confidence. And I assure you all, I will serve with humility, with fairness, and with unwavering commitment. The unity and progress of this party.
Samuel Anyanwu was returned as National Secretary, while Haruna Jungudu emerges as the National Publicity Secretary, among other party officials. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
We'll take a short break on the news to stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Edo State government has announced plans to appeal a recent High Court judgment that restricted movement during the monthly environmental sanitation exercise. The announcement was made by the Edo State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, during a press briefing on Monday. Egosa Agbonlao has the rest of it.
At the news briefing, Honorable Nosa Adams told journalists that the Edo State government respects the court's decision and remains committed to the rule of law. He emphasized that all government actions will continue to operate strictly within the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and other relevant legal frameworks.
The government remains focused on wish to inform the general public that the state government will appeal the judgment that came out of the High Court. We have discovered that the judgment has been given, and we can confirm that that judgment was delivered sometime last week, and we have already asked our legal team to proceed to filing an appeal.
Now for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams reaffirmed that environmental sanitation remains a vital component of public health and development in Edo State. He noted that maintaining a clean environment is essential for residents' well-being and critical to the overall growth and sustainability of the state.
We are relying strongly on Section 26, subsection 1 to 3 of the Edo State Sanitation and Pollution Management Law 2025, which empowers the state government to take measures to maintain public health and cleanliness of the state. Specifically, subsection 26, subsection 1 to 3 states that 1. The commissioner shall, with the approval of the governor, declare any day and time within the month or at such interval environmental sanitation exercise day for the clearing of refuse and cleaning and maintenance of roads and drainages in the state.
Honorable Nosa Adams also called on citizens to remain cooperative and continue supporting initiatives aimed at keeping Edo State clean and safe. From Benin, Egosa Agmalao, ITV News.
Members of the House of Favor International Church on Sunday celebrated a remarkable milestone in the life of their founder and senior pastor, Reverend Lucky Onaiwo, as he marked his 61st birthday anniversary. The special service held at the church headquarters in London was filled with praise, appreciation, and thanksgiving to God for the life and ministry of the cleric. ITV UK correspondent Rosalind Eworame completes the story.
It was a moment of gratitude and honor as members of House of Favor International Church gathered to celebrate their founder and senior pastor, Reverend Lucky Onaiwo, whose dedication, faith, and vision have guided and strengthened the congregation over the years. Through his unwavering commitment to God's work, the senior pastor has inspired many lives, nurtured spiritual growth, and built a community grounded in love, unity, and service. The appreciation service served as a heartfelt expression of thanks from church members, celebrating his leadership, wisdom, generosity, and compassion. In a sermon titled, "The Lord is My Helper," Pastor Lucky Onaiwo, drawing inspiration from the life of David in the Bible, admonished the congregation to trust in God for victory in all situations.
David carried the burden of the nation on his head, and God did not disappoint him. Now, as you carry the burden of your family today, the burden of your businesses, I want to assure you that God will not disappoint you.
Amen. High point of the celebration was the cutting of the birthday cake amid cheers.
Happy birthday to you.
I thank God for how you give your time, how you give your resources to help people. The Lord bless you with wisdom, because wisdom is the principal thing.
Happy birthday, Dad. I love you, Dad. And God bless you and give you long life in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Happy birthday to a great man who has laid a foundation for many of us to become who we are today.
Check up on me, check up on my family, my sisters, my siblings. Pastor is one in a million.
Pastor Lucky is a very lovely man, a very caring man that has the heart of the people.
For members of HomeFake, the service should not end, as everyone has a word to describe the celebrant, Reverend Lucky Onaiwo. From House of Favor, London, Rosalind Eworame, ITV News.
Aggrieved leaders and stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress in Ovia Northeast local government area have protested against what they described as the imposition of candidates. The protesters marched from King's Square in Benin City to the Edo State House of Assembly, the APC Secretariat and Government House to register their grievances. Jonah Omowa completes the story.
This is not a carnival or a church gathering, but a group of protesters under the aegis of concerned APC leaders and stakeholders from Ovia Northeast local government area. The demonstrators say they are dissatisfied with what they describe as the unilateral imposition of candidates and key decisions affecting the political structure of the area. Speaking on behalf of the group, Lugard Enoma, who is also a senior legislative aide to the member representing Ovia Federal Constituency at the National Assembly, Barrister Omosede Igbenedion, said party stakeholders were not consulted in decisions they claim undermine internal democracy. He noted that many loyal party members who have contributed to the growth and the electoral success of the APC in the area feel sidelined.
We need fairness, we need inclusiveness. Even though, according to him, that we should quote him, that the governor said it must be he that has to annul or put somebody out. At least let the leaders sit in the round table. At least go with one or two persons. This guy has never shown interest. Neither will he come and know what he wants to do. It is not that have interest of governance that will know what a particular governance is or what it looks like.
In their separate responses, the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, and the Assistant State Secretary of the APC, Honorable Sam Obo, commended the protesters for their peaceful conduct. They assured them that their concerns would be conveyed to the appropriate authorities.
Power must be given to the people. This matter should be channeled to the state APC secretariat. We on our own will also know what to do.
The state chairman is not around now. Okay. Certainly we are going to convey this your protest to him whenever he comes.
The protesters also took their demonstration to the Edo State Government House in Benin City, where they formally registered their grievances. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Moving on, the need for greater dedication and, of course, selflessness and commitment to service to humanity has been emphasized. The president of Lions International District 444, Benin Royal Lions Club, Victor Amede, made this known at his official installation at the 27th president alongside a fundraising event held in Benin City. Abusa Wangwe has more.
The new president, Victor Amede, commended members of the club for their dedication, commitment, and strong determination to move the organization forward. He noted that the legacies left behind by past leaders have continued to sustain the club and inspire its members. Mr. Amede pledged to strengthen the club's impact in the community, deepen unity among members, and encourage more people to join in humanitarian service. He further stressed that his administration will focus on meaningful projects, including support for the less privileged, promotion of health initiatives, and youth empowerment.
It's a call to greater service. As Lions, we serve. It is our identity. In a world where many seek recognition, we choose service. In communities where hope may seem distant, we bring light. And in moments of need, we stand together to make a difference.
The second vice chairman of the club, Mr. Christopher Ogbomo, and the global leadership representative, District 404A4, Dickiness Olori Evelyn, said the fundraising would go a long way in addressing health challenges, especially for those who cannot afford medical treatment. They also prayed for the success of the tenure of Lion Victor Amede.
Installing the new president for a Lion year, you're like a Christmas to us with the Lions. Because of the satisfaction and the overwhelming celebration, everybody's happy.
He's a passionate leader and he's a mobilizer. I know that beyond the sky will be his limit.
Chairman of the occasion, Rotarian Ihide Okaisabo, described the club as a humanitarian organization that gives without expecting appreciation. The wife of the president, Dr. Otivo Amende, expressed joy over her husband's achievements and pledged her support towards the success of his tenure.
I'm very proud of him, and by the grace of God, I know he will succeed, he will do well, and he will make an impact.
The event attracted members and guests from within and outside Edo State, all showing support for the new leadership. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And back to politics, where some aggrieved members of the APC in Ovia Southwest local government area on Monday staged a protest at the Edo State APC Secretariat over the alleged imposition of a chairmanship candidate ahead of the party's primary election. The protesters also took their grievances to the government house to express their displeasure. Efosa Wangwe was there and has details.
These are aggrieved members of the APC and other stakeholders from Ovia Southwest local government area displaying placards during their protest to the state secretariat. They alleged the imposition of a chairmanship candidate and other party positions by a political leader in the area. The protesters say their demand is for a vibrant, development-driven chairmanship candidate who will serve the people, not one who will be answerable to a single individual in the name of party leadership. Spokesperson for the concerned stakeholders, Aaron Domo, said the protest became necessary to draw the attention of the party leadership to what he described as imposition in Ovia Southwest. He added that they strongly reject the development which they say is against democratic principles.
But as we speak, there is no room for anybody to purchase the form. We just learned that there have been an imposition of candidates from a leader, which is Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, who is our Deputy Governor for our state, is our leader. But a lot of things is going to play wrongly in our local government because everybody wants free playground where they can come and be voted for or contest whatever they want to do. But right now, nothing is happening, and they brought in one we heard is alleged. Let's assume is alleged, but we know that one Osabo and Tony, of which is not a party, have never had any position in the party, have never contributed immensely to the growth of this party.
Receiving the protesters at the State APC Secretariat, the Assistant Secretary, Honorable Sam Obu, commended them for conducting themselves peacefully. He assured them that their protest letter will be delivered to the state chairman, who was not present at the time of their visit.
We want that you be orderly, don't take laws into your hands. We appreciate the fact that members of our party, that's why we came down under this sun to come and address you. So thank you for the orderly conduct of your protest.
Protesters also proceeded to Government House, where they submitted another letter to be forwarded to the state governor. From Benin, Fosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The management of Independent Television and Radio, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, has paid a condolence visit to the Binkola and Oyerakwa families following the passing of Haja Mariatu Amone Binkola Nee Oyerakwa, who died at the age of 66. Kingsley Uchegbo reports that late Haja Binkola was the elder sister of Princess Habiba Oyerakwa, a member of the advisory board of ITV and Radio.
On the condolence visit to the family of late Haja Mariatu Binkola were members of the ITV and radio management team led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki. He was accompanied by the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Executive Director, Operations, Chief Obwede Unwose, Director, Independent Radio, Elder Dan Omozusi, and other top management staff. In his condolence message, Engineer Obaseki described the late Haja Mariatu Binkola as a heroine whose legacy will continue to live on through her children, loved ones, and society. He condoled with her sister, Princess Habiba Oyerekwa, and the entire Binkola family over what he described as an irreparable loss.
Haja was one very exciting person. Cheerful, you can hardly be around her and not laugh. But on behalf of all of us at ITV, we still want to console and condole with the family. The loss of one that you will not see again is a painful reality, but it has come to stay.
Speaking on behalf of the family, a son of the deceased, Engineer Semobo Bello, thanked the management and staff of ITV and Radio for the visit and kind words, noting that their support had helped ease the pain of the loss.
Very much for the nice words about my mom, and in sad times like this, words like that, good and kind words like that helps us to, in these difficult times, to move forward and to accept reality, although it's sad and difficult at the same time.
Prayers were later offered for the repose of the soul of the deceased. Late Haja Mariatu Binkola was a former project manager at the Edo State Agency for the Control of HIV and AIDS, SACA, and a prominent female political figure in the Oyerakwa lineage. A fidel prayer in her honor is scheduled to hold on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026 at 10 a.m. From Benin, Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
We take yet another break. Stay with us. Thank you for staying on. The Edo State Forestry Commission, under the leadership of Honorable Valentine Aswen, has hosted a landmark event to commemorate the 2026 International Day of Forests, bringing together stakeholders and development partners from various sectors to deliberate on the theme, Forests and the Economy. Pius Nsoro has more.
The event, held in Benin City, provided a platform for critical discussions on the intersection on sustainable forest management and economic development. In his opening remarks, Honorable Valentine Aswen emphasized the vital role forests play in sustaining livelihoods, regulating the environment, and driving economic resilience. He stressed the need for collaboration among government, private investors, and local communities to effectively combat deforestation.
Forests, absorb carbon dioxide and also provide quality oxygen that we breathe. Forest is life. The medicine that we take today comes from our forest. The food that we eat today comes from our forest. Government resources, part of government resources also come from our forest. And I want to also thank His Excellency, the Governor of the State, for his support so far. For we as the Forestry Commission, he has been so supportive, making sure that, yes, the issues of deforestation is totally curbed.
A professor of forestry from the University of Benin, Esohe Obogo, delivered a keynote address on deforestation and its economic implications, while the conservator of parks, Okomu National Park, Lawrence Egosa Ozaze, spoke on forest conservation and sustainable management as tools for economic growth.
The place of forest and its resources in the life of any society can never be emphasized.
In their goodwill messages, participants commended the leadership of the Forestry Commission for the initiative.
The Commission is doing very well.
We've got to head into the future under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Valentine Asue.
I commend the chairman. He's been doing this, and we have been in partnership with him since he came into office.
The program featured expert presentations, panel discussions, and interactive sessions. A short playlist by staff of the Edo State Forestry Commission added color to the ceremony. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
As political activities begin to gather momentum ahead of the 2027 general elections, a political activist, Comrade Shedrack Udugbai, has formally declared his intention to contest for the House of Representatives seat for Owan Federal Constituency under the African Democratic Congress. The declaration, which took place in Afuze, the administrative headquarters of Owan East local government area, attracted party members, supporters, and political stakeholders. Efosa Wangwe has the rest of it.
It was a gathering of party faithful, supporters and political associates as Comrade Shedrack Udugbai formally declared his ambition to represent Owan Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. The event held in Afuze drew a large turnout of ADC members and stakeholders, all expressing support for the aspirant. Addressing the crowd, the ADC leader in Owan East, Ambrose Imode, emphasized that the power to choose leaders lies with the people, not through electoral malpractice or political imposition. He maintained that the ADC remains committed to presenting credible candidates and strengthening democratic values despite any form of intimidation.
I can tell you all the nook and crannies of Edo State, Udugbai Shedrack is recognized and known.
Also speaking, Ward 4 leader, Honorable Sunday Azido, alongside the women leader, Agnes Ejewereme, and the youth leader, Victor Ezeribi, described Udugbai as a vibrant and trustworthy candidate capable of delivering effective representation. They expressed confidence in his ability to justify the mandate if elected.
Honorable Shedrack Udugbai is a son of the soil. We have the full confidence that actually we are going to deliver him.
Now we get votes. No person deceive you that day. As you don't be the turn of one list, we will allow one to carry him again.
In his address, the aspirant Comrade Shedrack Udugbai said his decision to join the race is driven by a desire to change the narrative of governance in Owan Federal Constituency and Nigeria as a whole. He stressed the need to address what he described as the marginalization of Owan East, noting that he is offering himself for service with a commitment to fairness, inclusiveness, and development.
My aspiration for the Owan people, for the National Assembly, was not born out of personal desires. It is not because of myself I am running.
Other party members also threw their weight behind his candidacy, describing it as a step towards the political and developmental advancement of the constituency. From Afuze, the administrative headquarters of Owan East, I am Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The funeral of late Prince Augustine Agwabasemi Irobun-Eweka has been rounded off with a social dance and Thanksgiving service for a successful ceremony. Ikpomosa Ogiagbe reports.
It was a gathering of dignitaries and notable personalities, including captains of industry and politicians, who joined the children and members of the royal family to honor the late Prince Augustine Agwabasemi Irobun-Eweka. Children of the late prince took to the dance floor, joined by family members and guests, as they danced to music provided by J-Tunes Osayomori Joseph. While some of the children appreciated guests for honoring their late father, others described him as a man whose legacy will continue to endure. Guests also noted that the late prince will be greatly missed.
We missed him very much because of his active role in family circle and other good things he has done.
He will highly be remembered. He was a legend in the political sagacity. He was one of those that inspired me in the political arena in Edo State.
Let them keep the legacy. He was an honest man, a politician with very unusual character that you can vouch for.
I want to thank God Almighty, the Benin royal family, the Archdiocese of Benin, Ascension Catholic Church, friends, family, well-wishers for standing by this family all through this trying time.
For all the children of Prince Yobun Eweka, we gave our father a befitting burial, and here we are entertaining our family and friends who have stood with us through this trying period.
A Thanksgiving service was earlier held at Ascension Catholic Church, Airport Road, Benin City. Late Prince Augustine Agwabasimi Yobun Eweka was a great-grandson of Oba Ovorame Nogbaisi and a grandson of Oba Eweka II. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The final burial rites of late Mrs. Janet Owomagbohun Omoigwe Ogbemudia have been concluded in Benin with a grand social dance standing out at the ceremonies. His Unamore reports that the event held at Nosahai Model Educational Center along Upper Mission Road in Benin City and drew a large crowd of family members, friends and well-wishers who gathered to celebrate her life and legacy. The report is presented by Femi Farayola.
The colorful event showcased music, dance, and shared experiences to celebrate a life widely described as impactful and community-driven. The gathering also served as a reminder that even in loss, there is room to celebrate legacy and inspire future generations. Children of the deceased paid emotional tributes, describing their late mother as loving, disciplined, and devoted to family unity, noting that her guidance and presence will be greatly missed.
Kind mother, lovely mother, a mother that cares for everybody, a mother that knows when the child is hungry, a mother that thinks about every family, no matter where they are. She cares for people that are not close to her. That is why we call her AKA Supreme Mother.
I love my mother so much because she's a beautiful woman and she always eats, she always maintains herself, she eats the best, she takes care of us. I love her very much. She always prays for all his children.
I'm grateful seeing a lot of people coming with us now to celebrate my mother's life. My mother lived long. So I pray for all those friends and well-wishers here now that they should also have a kind of mother that, like my mother, that we also live long.
Iye is a nice Iye, very nice. I know her for woman where they pray well. Iye is a prayer warrior. If you call Iye for night, they pray.
The ceremonies, which began with the conveying of the body of late Janet Ogbemudia to her residence at Oselu, followed by a service of songs on the 26th of March, was concluded with a Thanksgiving service on Sunday at Christ Anointing Prayer School, located at PZ Road, marking a final farewell to a matriarch whose legacy lives on after 99 years on earth. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Next is Sport News by Tolulope Ogutimei.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria will be aiming for another victory when they face Jordan in an international friendly in Antalya, Turkey on Tuesday. Head coach Eric Chell expressed confidence after his side's 2-1 win over Iran with goals from Moses Simon and Akko Adams. Despite a few absences in camp, the team remains focused, with key players like Alex Iwobi and captain Wilfred Idespele to play a crucial role. Jordan, known as Al Nashama, come into the clash in strong form, having recorded impressive results in recent matches. Both teams have made twice previously with 1 win each, setting the stage for a keenly contested encounter. The 2026 edition of Samuel Okoroji National Under-16 Championship will kick off on May 16 across the 6 geopolitical zones, with the primary aim of discovering talented Nigerian youth for national development. Speaking at the event, the initiator, Senator Sita Izunaso, said the tournament is designed to provide a platform for young footballers to be identified and nurtured.
The first bank Samuel Okoroji Under-16 Championship will kick off on the 16th of May 2026. with zonal preliminaries across 6 geopolitical centers. The grand finale will be hosted here in Abuja, featuring 12 of the most outstanding school teams in a format that progresses from group stage to semi-finals and ultimately the finals. But beyond trophy and medals, this tournament celebrates values.
Director General of National Sports Commission, Honorable Kola Olopade, commended the initiative, noting that it will support the Commission's effort to build a broader pool of sporting talent.
Still creating a pathway to greatness for thousands of our boys and girls, because I was told it was boys only, but she has now infused girls, speaks volume to what this country is all about.
This is the maiden edition of Samuel Okaraji Under-16 Championship, organized in collaboration with First Bank of Nigeria. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulapo Ogutime.
And those were the stories on i7 News tonight. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gyupon. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, good afternoon to you, very good afternoon to you, and you're welcome to the program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokugie. Today on the program African Discourse, we are looking at the state of governance in Africa in the year 2026. And of course, we're going to be following the report that was held 2 days ago in Brussels. That's the capital of Belgium, whereby APO, that's Africa's political organizations, outlook, if you like now, came together to put thoughts together and, of course, to put discussions together to further examine the state of governance in Africa. And, of course, we understand that it was a 2-day summit, and issues around governance, legitimacy, and, of course, partnership and global influence were discussed about, and how these issues will shape Africa's political outlook in this year 2026. And we understand that a total of about 15 elections, presidential elections, are going to be held in this year 2026. We've had some. We had Gambia had elections sometime in January, and of course we also had 1 or 2 elections. So all the elections will come through for this year 2026. So all this will form the state of governance of Africa in the year 2026. Well, we understand that there are issues, talking about geopolitical tensions, and for some analysts, they see that as an opportunity for the continent to rebrand itself. And also, too, we also see the need that Africa as a continent seems to be relying on foreign, foreign powers, so to say. All these have been various arguments that have been talked about in various sectors and all that. Well, to discuss this topic this afternoon, the state of governance in Africa, and of course looking at the APO's reports, we are so privileged to have a one-time NAS president, that's the National Association of Nigerian Student Presidents, and of course a social critic now, and our first analyst, if you like. Please join us to welcome Comrade Jude Emagwe. He's joining us virtually this afternoon, all the way from Africa. Comrade Jude, a very good afternoon to you. Comrade Jude Emagwe.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Nigerians, and good afternoon.
Okay. All right, so may I say happy Holy Month to you? I mean, it's Monday, Holy Monday, and happy Holy Month, because I know that you're a strong Catholic. I mean, I do read most of your journals you post on social media, talking about the Catholic faith. So let me say happy Holy Month to you.
Yeah, thank you. It's our Holy Week. It's a preparation for the last week that Clemens for Easter, which is gives birth to the resurrection of our Christ.
Okay. So
thank you.
Okay. All right. So when we talk about the state of governance in Africa, I mean, it's been on for quite some time, but we saw the recent report that was carried out a few days ago in Brussels, whereby some key African personalities came together to one time to kind of analyze the issues on political tension, and of course issues of how the continent can reposition itself. Now, when we talk about governance, state of governance in Africa majorly, what readily comes to mind?
Can you hear me, Evans?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Yeah, Comrade Jude Emagwe. All right, so we'll just try to reestablish the connection there as we try to join Comrade Jude Emagwe on the program this afternoon on African Discourse. I told you that the African Political Outlook, a kind of an organization, came together a few days ago in Brussels, that's in Belgium, to talk about the way forward politically of the continent, Africa. And we understand that issues of governance, issues of legitimacy, partnership, and global influence were set aside, and how this will shape Africa's political outlook in the year 2026. All this were most of the things that were talked about. All right, so Comrade Judy Magwe, if we have you back now, can you join us? Comrade Judy Magwe. All right, so Comrade Judy Magwe, nice to have you on the program.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Nigeria.
All right, so we quickly take a short break. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Student, a social critic now, and of course an affairs analyst. Comrade Judy Magwe, thanks for joining us one more time. Hello, Comrade Judy Magwe.
Thank you for having me, Evans. And again, sorry for the... Yeah, thank you for having me again. Sorry about the network connectivity.
Okay. All right, so on set 2, we have Prince Israel Oreka. He's the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy and also a social critic. Comrade Prince Israel, welcome to the program.
Very good afternoon to you.
All right. Now, Comrade Judy Magwe, like what we're trying to, look at, I mean, when we talk about the state of African governance, I mean, we cannot really say in 2026, but let's probably take our minds back. I mean, this probably is also not the first time that we're having the APO's report, but let's put our mind on governance in Africa. Now, what comes to mind when we say governance in Africa?
Yeah, when we are talking about governance in Africa, particularly on issues that shapes it, it means we are looking about our institution. Do we have strong institutions in Africa as regard governance? No, we cannot say so. We have weak institutions. What we rather have are strong personalities. That on its own do not shape in a continent or shape in a region. The other problem we also have as some of the issues too are usually characterized by the high level of corruption that is present in African governance system and resource mismanagement. There is very strong prodigal way that African leaders use resources that God has blessed our region with. So there is serious level of mismanagement of our resources. The other issue is democratic deficit and electoral credibility. We have had challenges, and if you watch in recent times past in our neighboring countries here, they have migrated from democratic system of government back to the military old order, and that is not healthy to democracy, and that is also not healthy to national growth. These reasons are because there are democratic deficits and electoral discredit. There is no credibility in most of our electoral processes in African countries. That on its own, again, is another problem ranging the region. The final of it is youth exclusion in governance. Sometimes it is assumed by the people of old that having young persons in governance is a misplaced priority. I do not see so. I've always questioned. You cannot build a generation for a people with an assurance that you are building a generation for them, excluding them from the table of discussion and the table of the plans and building. Planning in everything is critical. And if you are planning, every stakeholder must be on that table of planning so that the implementation of it becomes seamless. It's usually very difficult to have a plan for people, and you say the youths are the future of tomorrow. Which future? What happens to today? What responsibility are you placing on their shoulder today so that they become stronger people in the future to manage the economy and the affairs of the continent and the country when you are no longer there, or when you are weak by health or by practice to function? So these are most of the issues. Then the final one that is currently affecting the region, which is the last, and it's not only the African continent, but has become a global nosediving, is this issue of security challenges and governance gap. We have these strong situations where even inter-countries find it very difficult to share intelligence. That on its own has imposed serious problem in protection of lives and properties within our continent and within our region. With Nigeria as a case study, where we have our borders between Niger and some of these other African countries, day in, day night, there's serious inflows of people. And at times you see that in some part of the country today, it has almost like it's been ceded to terrorist group, even when we are scared to say that these people are terrorists. They are terrorists no matter how you paint it. People that do not want a nation to stand, people that threaten the existence of a nation, people that fight the sovereignty of a nation. There is no other nomenclature you can give them other than the one that the law has naturally spelled out for them. So that is it, my brother Evans.
Much, Comrade Jude Magwe there for that one. Now, like what we said, that we also have another guest on television right here. We have Prince Israel Oreka, who is the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy and also a global affairs analyst too. Now, Comrade Prince Israel Oreka, now the APO's report, that's the report that we are looking at now, borders on governance, borders on outlook and governance, and of course it also borders on challenges in Africa. Then also, it also talks about the fragility, that seems to be noticed now as it relates to instability, tensions, security issues and all that. Now, what is your own take on the state of governance, in Africa this year, 2026?
I think looking at the APO report, it comes at the time that Africa need to get organized. Looking at governance architecture, if we want to copy, can we copy also the same thing that is happening in European Union blocks? Here in that report was talking about trade, investment, elections, and planning as Africa as a whole. Africa speaking with one voice. Africa currently, we do not speak with one voice because the country is divided by various colonial masters, so they have various interests at various levels. So that report, one thing I think that report is talking about is how will Africa be united to understand their issues, peculiar issues, and how they can together front it and bringing a new trajectory considering investment development in the continent of Africa and how governance can drive this new policy called the New Africa or the Agenda 2064 that the AU is pushing. So, but Africa cannot thrive, on my own take, if we look at that report, if we are not coordinated. Africa cannot thrive if we do not begin to look at comparative advantage. How can we build synergy that really works? I think I'll give that first to Kenya. Kenya said, okay, it's opening all its borders. As long as you're an African, you don't need a visa to enter into Kenya. So I think that is into effect right now. But do we have same for Nigeria? I think the answer is no. You must look for a visa before you can enter Nigeria.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Really. Is yes.
On papers?
On papers, yes. You must get a visa.
Even with the porous...
you must get a visa, except you are from the West African coast.
You mean with the porous boundaries that we have?
Yes. You must,
okay, we'll come to that.
Once you are coming from West Africa, you can come in without visas. But as long as you are off the West Coast, you cannot enter Nigeria without a visa. I've seen so many of my friends stranded in that direction. So we cannot say we are building the African Free Trade Zone where there is no movement between inter-countries. If you go to Europe, for example, most times you can enter through France and come out through Czech Republic or come out through Spain or come out through Germany, and you don't bother to come back again because it's one network, one system. So can we still have that same thing for Africa? So that will help build African industrialization direction, which that report also begin to look at, that Africa cannot build industrialization if they did not push for more partnership. How can we work together? So that's why I put in the comparative advantage. Then also looking at governance. The report also cited that only this year we're going to be having like
15 countries.
Elections.
Presidential elections.
Yeah.
This is a critical moment for about 52 countries. 15 is doing election this same year. It will tell you that whatsoever outcome of those elections, we also tell the next governance system that will run again for another 4 or 6 or 5 years as their constitutions may entail. So the political dynamics also is also another thing we need to look at. How do young people get into this polity? What are these new political governance system for these 15 countries going to do differently that we've not been seeing? What new innovations are the elections for Africa bringing into the table? What new issues are they going to be looking at? So all these are scenarios that we want to see if we are talking about African development in terms of political, economy, and social. Comrade was talking about security, intelligence sharing, which is very, very, very key. But for Africa, I don't see most times is happening. Intelligence sharing has not really been there, but there is one way or the other joint operations around the West Coast and the Chad Basin and the like. But there is more to be done there. I think for my own take, it's our time Africa comes to a round table and decide what they really want, not what their masters are dictating to them to advocate for. So Africans should grow to that level because the whole world is looking at to Africa right now to drive the new world order, but Africa is not organized.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I think I'll pause you there now.
Okay.
All right, so Comrade Jude Magwe, quickly before we take our pause, our first break on the show this afternoon. Now, there is a flip side of it, of that report that we seem not to be talking about. I mean, the report we're talking about now happened about 2 days ago in Brussels. And Brussels happens to be the capital of Belgium, if I'm correct.
I think the EU bloc, that's where the EU headquarters is.
Yeah, but my question, we are looking at the state of governance of Africa in the year 2026.
Yes.
And such a report was held in Brussels, outside the continent. Now, Comrade Jude Magwe, I want you to share your concern, because that seems to be the flip side of our discussion this afternoon, because I was going through the reports and the comment section. A lot of persons, commented, and they are not too happy. I mean, if we are going to be having such a kind of a get-together, it ought to have been in one of the countries of the continent, not totally outside the continent, far away in Europe. Comrade Jude Magwe.
Yeah, my brother, like your guest on the studio there mentioned, I think one of the critical problems we have in Africa as a continent and domiciled in Nigeria is our refusal to take ownership. We have naturally built ourselves in the manner at which we feel that anything that comes from us is not authentic. Until we get to that point, we will never get to solve our problems. As unfortunate as it is, I will tell you, if that meeting had held in any of the African continents, any of the countries within the African continent, the outcome would not have been a subject of discussion because nobody would have taken it serious. It is not that the international community do not take us serious. It's because we have told them that we are not serious to ourselves at the first instance. There are several instances that we can cite to make this assertion authentic and clear. Now, my brother, I always say that if we are discussing policies without implementation, then we should not discuss it. And the reasons why we always have these policy formulations without implementation is that we do not discuss these things in the environment where these things should be discussed. We have gone out now to discuss about trade and investment. We have talked about planning and all the rest. But again, have we discussed this thing in the African context? The answer is no. It's just like World Bank and IMF coming up to give us solutions to our problems. The solutions that these people give to our problems is a product of research that are carried out by institutions in the developed countries. The circumstances that surround the challenges we are having are different, even if the challenges may have the same resemblance. So therefore, what happens to our own institution and our researchers? What happened to our own policy makers and our policy thinkers? What happened to the gatekeepers of the Nigerian democracy and African continent unity? These are concerns. So, my brother, when we talk about institutional weakness, that is the first thing we need to address. African as a region, as a continent, must first come to tell ourselves that we have the capacity to think through of our problems, and we also have the enablement to drive the solutions that we'll put on the table before ourselves. They have talked about trade. The people that discuss about trade, they don't know how we journey from Nigeria to Ghana. They don't know how we journey from Nigeria to South Africa. They don't know how we journey from Nigeria to Rwanda or to Gambia. They don't know the bottleneck we have within our embassies. They don't know the security and the restrictions we have between the passport differences. They don't also know what we suffer in currency exchange and the rest. These things they cannot know because they are not discussing it in our region. If they are discussing our problem where they are discussing it, they will even be using either pounds or dollars or euro to do the benchmark at which we are discussing it. Is that the currency we use in our continent? The answer is no. Then we are talking about security. If we look at the suggestions they will give to us as regards securities, first, they may give us suggestions to the extent at which they have their own equipment, they have their own men on the boot training, they also have the presence of personnel in their countries. There are benchmarks for security policing and military operations. Do we in Africa measure up to the requirement standard to how many policemen to a citizens? We do not. What about the welfare of these people? Is it commensurable to what they have in their continent and what we have? The answer is no. So when we want to discuss African problem, we should discuss it within the confines of Africa, so that even the air they breathe will be witnesses to what they are discussing. The environment to which they sit to discuss will also reflect in their shaping of their head or what they think. You live a very hot weather. You sit in the comfort of a very cold room where you are freezing, and you are struggling to take coffee or cappuccino to keep yourself warm so you discuss. You will not discuss your continent's problem. Even if you discuss it, implementation of that thing becomes difficult because the soil to which you have gone to discuss it is different to the land you want to implement it. So, my brother, in summary to this very question, Africa must first agree with ourselves that can two work together, as Amos says. Yes, when they agree. Can we agree to work together to trust ourselves and begin to demonstrate this economic fragility, that we can tell the world that we have the resources, we have the human capital, and we are naturally endowed, blessed by God with everything every other continent seek to have. If we can take that posture, if we can drive that through leadership, Africa will become that every other continent will be envious of.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Comrade Jude Magwe. Now, we'll quickly take a short break now. When we return on the other side, I'm also going to have Prince Oreha to help us understand. I mean, such a summit to have been done outside the continent of Africa, it's really raised some questions, and that's what Comrade Jude Magwe is not too happy about right now. So we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. And this goes on your television, Independent TV, and we are looking at the state of governance in Africa for the year 2026, and also taking a look at the APU's report, so the one that was done 2 days ago in Brussels. Now, Prince Israel Oreha, just as we were trying to, as Comrade Jude Magwe was trying to express his dissatisfaction, I mean, we are talking about a continent, and we are looking at the challenges, some of the prospects that lies in the continent, and of course, some of the ways forward and all that. And for such a summit, if you like, now to have been held in Brussels, outside the confines of the continent, I mean, it's raised some dust. I don't know how you may also react to that.
Last time I came here, I told you Africa is a farm. And
really?
As a farm, there is a farm owner. So the farm owner decides the direction of the crops to be planted, who to harvest and when. So that summit you saw was put together by one of the farms owners there in Brussels. So most of the owners of African farms are not in Africa. So that is one thing you cannot take away from it. They've looked at security, they've looked at visas, they've looked at logistics, because why not you just pick some of the few guys and the areas or the farm that we want to focus on to come.
And ask them to come to Brussels.
Yes,
and discuss the issues of Africa.
African issue there, because Africa is separated already. So whether you like it or not, they always want us to play the second fiddle, which is very, very wrong. Everywhere I go to, I make them understand that we are all equal. Forget the skin. We have the capacity, we have the character, we have the energy to actually drive the world order. But since I told you we are not organized, we still allow the colonial system to divide us. So that is why we are seeing that conference in Brussels, because the owner of the farm that wants to discuss the direction he wants to go in the African farm, we are there in that room. If you look at the room, the people that are Africans, they are not up to 20 in that room. So they were all white folks. That is the owners of the farms. They just bring some key guys from the area of the farm they want to put in new crops or harvest from. So that is what you saw on that meeting. So you shouldn't be angry that they hold it off the shore of Africa, because they actually don't want to solve the African problem. It's all about the African interest, what is in it for us. So that is what they went to discuss. So the report is like a shadow of what the outcome of their new policy direction for the farm they want to harvest or what they want to plant. So that is how it is. But I pray, like the 15 elections, actually bring in leaders who actually wants to provide a reform, not reinventing the wheel and following the same status quo.
Yeah, but we're already having that now. I mean, the likes of Paul Biya can return back as the president, of Cameroon, and of course we're also going to be having the likes of Museveni Yoweri now. I mean, it's more like the old wine in a new, cup or in a new bottle.
So as long as the owner of the farms is doing the bidding as required, so it's still there. The day he begins to say, okay, let us, the African we want, you start to see protests, you start to see unrest to make the system become ungovernable for him. But I look forward to where young Africans actually wants to demand system change or reforms that will develop Africa. Because right now, the current system we are having is not developing Africa. We have resources, but the resources is not reflecting on us. Whether cocoa, whether oil, whether whatsoever, gold, lithium, we all have it all over Africa.
Yeah.
But the impact, the dividends, the returns is not on us.
What does it get back to us?
Yes, because it is an investment still whole and controlled by the farmers and the owners of the farms.
Okay. Now, for the sake of emphasis for this discussion this afternoon, we want our viewers to know that when we talk about the APO's report, we are talking about Africa's political outlook. It's more or less like a kind of an advisory board. I mean, year in, year out, they tend to look at the state of governance on the continent of Africa. So we've had it some few years back. We had it in 2025. And of course, the last one we had was just a few days ago, 2026 edition in Brussels, in Belgium. And our guests this afternoon have frowned at the idea of taking African issues totally outside the continent and holding it in Europe. But that is is a no-no area at all. Now, Comrade Judy Mangwe, please, we want you to, discuss more, because one of the findings of this report is that global trends, are going to affect governance in Africa for the year 2026. No doubt about that. I mean, take, for example, the war between the United States of America, Iran and all that is already having a toll on Africa. I mean, almost all the countries of Africa now the issue of petroleum, the issue of PMS, the issue of energy is almost a no-go area. So even as global trend, keep on having influence on Africa, what do you think African leaders should be thinking of now? I mean, in a way to mitigate some of this negative, trend or impact that global trend is going to be having on Africa for the year 2026? Comrade Jude.
The first thing is for us to look around our economic diversification and productivity. Africa must go beyond raw resource dependence to production. We must have this investment in manufacturing and value chain. Africa must be deliberate in pursuing that. We must also strengthen regional trade. And in strengthening regional trade, it must bring us back to policies and conversation. We must be deliberate in looking at the transparency in our governance system and our anti-corruption enforcement. If we cannot harmonize these things, have a regional coordination, then we are therefore not fit to pursue whatever we want to pursue. Elections, as you stated that and has been spelled out, we have 16 in preparation of 16 elections. The preparation of these elections, are the elections going to meet best standard practice? That we still have a deficit in that. Is the electoral process still going to be credible that will take away anything that will create any possible uprising? We still have a challenge in that. So in the summary and in all, there was this deliberate effort to make African regional coordination strengthened. African transformation must be selective and must be collective. When I say selective, we must look at those things that directly concern us to deal with them, so it must be target specific. Then it has to be collective. Collective in the sense that there must be harmonization of policy across countries in the region. We must make that deliberate effort to say, if we want to talk about entering processes which has to do with our transportations, our movements and the rest, how do we have a policy that accommodates us as a region? Not only as West Africa, even in West Africa, we still have restrictions and limitations. Then we must also now look at our institutions, deepen continental integration. What are these things that are in there for us to bring on the table? Yes, what do these people look at us as? What are we hoping to market to the global world? And I must tell you in all sense of honesty, we have every and anything that everybody is seeking to have. But the challenges we have always and will continue to have until we sit on ourselves and on the table to discuss this is leadership. Without leadership, every and anything around you will not succeed. And if they try to succeed, it will not be sustained. And therefore, Africans must be serious, Africans must be deliberate, Africans must be intentional. Africa does not need new reports. We have archives of reports that can chip in and direct the growth and future of a continent. What Africa needs is a disciplined execution of existing recommendations. They have brought this recommendation from the APO out. It will be kept in an archive. I will be looking forward to another report. So to take ourselves away from this continued fragmentation with weak governance system, over dependence, and slowly declining into it, and harnessing ourselves into another continent under a larger continent, or getting ourselves embracing discipline and accountability system, is for us to say enough is enough. And what is that enough that is enough? The future of Africa will not be determined by its resources, but by the quality of its governance system. That governance system, we must be deliberate in that conversation. And in being deliberate about that conversation, I shared some few days ago. I said, like Nigeria as a case study, we have government, but we do not have the citizens. But what we, the citizens, think is lacking, we think that is government that is lacking. No, it is not government that is lacking, it's citizens that is lacking. Reasons that, how many persons constitute the number of government? And how many of us are citizens? If you elect a government and a large majority of the people go to sleep, The extent to which any government behaves in a country, be it wastefulness, be it executive impunity, be it democratic rascality or infringing of citizens' rights, is to the extent at which the larger majority of the citizens that are not in governance are either quiet to governance, are either silent to governance, are either pretentious to governance, or demonstrate the lackadaisical attitude of saying that it is only 4 years, and after 4 years it will come and it will go. These 4 years comes and goes, we will run into another cycle again of waiting for another 4 years. So therefore, my brother, for Africa to move forward, African future should not and must not continue to be determined by recommendation. Our resources cannot do that. But the quality of governance system we put in place through these suggestions I have made is that, and the only way out of our overdependence, of our total negligence of ourselves, our total denial that we cannot do what we want to do, and our total rejection of what is ours until it is theirs before it becomes ours. I'll give you a final analysis. When the COVID, we had Ebola that Ebola breakout some years ago. Africa, particularly Nigeria, demonstrated a pattern that eased it. It didn't spread. It didn't spread. It was curtailed because of the approaches we use. Did we celebrate it? We did not celebrate it. There was social distancing. There was restriction of you shaking hands with people. All these things, but we did not give it any name. We didn't give it a nomenclature, neither did we own it. But when COVID came, that same practice we demonstrated during the Ebola to win it. They gave it a name in COVID because it was not an African inherited name, because an Africa did not suggest that name. It became a new order. Even we ourselves were not celebrating it as if it was not something we had practiced, as if it was not something we had initiated. The reasons that we don't value what we produce. We don't also want to own what we have. If you go to our Aba in Abia State, our brothers and sisters, well-industrious people, will sit down, take out time to produce something, because myself and you will refuse to buy them if we see that it is made in Nigeria, made in Aba. They will remove the name of made in Nigeria, made in Aba, and write one other foreign name and put it. We will be shooting ourselves to buy them, expensive as it would not have ever been if we had agreed to buy ours. So the problem is not theirs. The problem is ours. And do you think they will want to let us go? They will not want to let us go, because who does this bidding for them? Who does this work for them? Wonder whose continent will they go to see free money and grab and run away with it back to their country? It is only in Africa. So if Africa is liberated, the rest of the world will bow to us. Will they want us to be liberated? No. Do we as a people want to be liberated? The answer again is for us to decide.
Okay. All right.
The Israelites stayed in Israel or in Egypt until the day they woke up and they cried to God that they want to be liberated. And God heard their voices. When Africans, particularly the citizens in the African region and African continent, rise up to the role of citizenship, our leaders are few. They will listen to us.
All right, now, as we comment at this end now, Prince Israel Oreka, I'm going to be directing the next question to you, and that has to do with what borders on Africa being consequential. Consequential, that's the word now, Africa being consequential. But what the APU's report is saying is rather than Africa to be consequential, let it be influential. Now, I'm going to explain this. Consequential in the sense that world leaders have seen that Africa as a continent is crucial to the development of the world. So Africa is more or less considered as the hen that lays the golden eggs and all that. But when it comes to global influence, Africa is always taken back to the background. So what the APU's report is advising the leaders is how do they change the narrative? Because for the APU's report wants Africa to be influential rather than consequential. So how do we change that narrative?
Yeah, we must change. If we want to change that narrative, still go back to what I want to say. We need to get ourselves organized and looked at areas we're actually good at. Looked at how do we promote these areas. What country produces what and how. We queue behind that country, amplify the work that that country is good at, and becomes the leader in that particular direction. Why we look at for another country again? What is it? What are they good at? I happened to look at a small country called the Gambia. I was there. I found out that the only thing they have there is tourism.
It's tourism?
Yes. 80% of their national state or their economy is run on tourism. They have a very good sun there. So the world comes to Gambia to just enjoy the sun. And that provides our economy for youth, for hotels and the government. So everybody now knows that, okay, going to that destination is peaceful, and that becomes their mainstay. So we have other countries with different resources, but the truth of the matter, just like what Jude said, we don't value what we have. And nobody will amplify your positiveness or your greatness for you if you think to allow yourself to be second-rated. Because in the global scale, why we lack influence is that Africa is considered as a black monkey, just as I told you, as a farm.
So let's be careful with it, we'll say that now.
Yes, because that second-rated has actually made our leaders not to be confident in themselves.
Yeah.
Not to be confident in themselves, that this is what we're good at, we are champions in this, we can lead this.
So, now, how can we really support others when we have issues like regional tensions? I mean, we have a fragmented governmental system, a continent that we still have some countries being led by the military junta, you know, as against this is a civilian rule. So how do we come together?
Something led to military junta because the system were not actually providing the dividends of democracy to the people. That was what led to those military juntas. So if we can address those lacunas that makes governance become boring, become not getting down to the people, system will begin to work. Africa integration is imperative. System change is also imperative. How do we change this narrative? It must come with a conscious effort that this is the change we want to see. Then these same African leaders, the fear now is most of the leaders are being brought in by these foreigners. So that is why their bets are being taken by these foreigners. So if these guys begin to see, okay, how do I make my own continent better during my tenure? So you begin to see those kind of corporations, we build partnership, because that IPO report stressed more on partnership. Yeah. So that partnership is what we need.
All right, so Comrade Jude Magwe, we'll get a last word from you on this discussion this afternoon. Just 30 seconds so that you wrap up quickly. Comrade Jude.
Thank you again. I feel that nations do not fail overnight. They decay gradually. And when leadership ignores caution, accountability, and conscience, the problem overnight turns into day. What Africans should be looking for today is not external interpreters, but internal solution. Let us look inside, take responsibility and take ownership. Africa and the region must surely rise if only these things are given strong attention to.
Okay. All right, so we want to say, you also want to wrap it up 10 seconds quickly.
I think African leaders begin to see how they could work together.
Okay.
Not seeing themselves as competitors, but co-collaborate.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so gentlemen, we will leave the discussion here this afternoon. So we want to say a very big thank you to Comrade Jude Magwe, joining us all the way from Abuja virtually this afternoon. Comrade Jude Magwe, one time NAS president, and now a social critic, and of course an affairs analyst. Comrade Jude Magwe, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and may God bless us all.
Okay, and also Prince Israel Oreha, the man they call Connected Advocacy Man. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this afternoon. All right, so until the same time on the same program next week, by the special grace of God, when we'll come with another guest and another topic. My name is Evan Sodokoge. Good afternoon.
TV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Some days, there comes the Ugemobo festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Give bota let's wear anyone. Give bota the na. Oye gboma. E ma ro na wa te oye gboma ogun were. Oye gboma ki abu. O le no sie na he yi. Uwe udi won e ma ni kan. Oye gboma. De no so lowo wa. Odo olowa ni ma yo bi ma si. No ma ki ma do lo yi. No masi yi ma gbe no si kema oti oma owi yoma owo foma oye gbo wa ya awe to bo oye bo we so bo la wo ni ma yo bi ma si no ma ge gbe ma ise ke no pe ya re wa na ogun egun ye oye gbo wa na o te me pastor Calvary na mo
iwe do no go me wa ya bi re kai wa bi down wa bi total ofun igbo sa oba go yaro oba ga to pe
ise ore ma teme Victor Bizigbe
do na uzomo kai we do na ga ku ko ami no rere okienu mi na ri do aziye na gbo na we na pe fi aye na do pe so ru abo àwọn pataki ma ho na gbo kan de na kan oyin gbo won wa ya ka bo ra ho yo to mu da wa he menwa e obo wa yo pin yo ngwa ho ngwa ya nwa ben ewihi gbo ma na ben ya zore imuna no ati bi imuna nyima oba atokpe
ise
me so abo se je no bi ero no ri do ba yo kai o we do ya fe e go tu wa ya oba atokpe
ise
ni wa oye gbo ma ngwa kan wo yi gbo wa ya ka wọ́n sọ wẹ̀ bọ́ yà wẹ̀ fún àkà òye gbọ́n ọ̀sẹ̀wẹ̀ ni òun wẹ̀ gẹ́ ọ̀gbẹ́sọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀wẹ̀ ni wẹ̀ náà hẹ́ nìní ni màá rí ẹ̀bá wẹ̀ òye gbọ́n gẹ̀mí náà fi bí wọ́n wá sẹ́kì kàkà ní gbẹ́ ọ̀tẹ̀wẹ̀.
ẹ̀dọ́ yà ìpìtàn wẹ̀ ọ̀wọ́n ẹgẹ́ fi ẹ̀wù bì ọgbẹ́ fi ẹ̀wù bì bẹ̀tẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ọgẹ́ rọ̀ bì ọ ti gbọ́ bí yọ ẹ̀yọ́ sẹ́ni ìbínú wọn yẹn kàrà wẹ ẹnuwẹ́wẹ́ àìwẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ gẹ̀ẹ́fà ẹ̀ kẹnuwẹ́ náà bòyìn ègbò ẹ̀ wọn náà bòyìn rí àwọn ẹ̀ ìbánuwẹ̀ náà bòyìn ègbò ẹ̀ nígbà dé ẹ̀wẹ̀ náà wò ó we ga ja oni ro ma be we iwo ma na mi na di ma we da o ga be ba lo me o se le dora ka we kenu na boyin o eri awon iba na bo ge gbo no dona oyin gbo wa okay there ga ni oboda o ma no me ko le bo ti e conscient we aya ge we ya o egbere aya boyin nedo o wa oyin gbo wa ya o egbere o e da gbo o e da ko o ege di me no wo emi ni wo ma na re na oge ni aya ta o ma gbe na di me ata eyo igbebo ebo ni awu ya si o ma na koto di me o ma ga si koto na bo amere ni me mu na di me ogo me amu ya ga be ni ara bo o yin egbo ma we ka boyin no ka egbo ene o ke aboyin o ma be then we ana ka we e ma na ma wa gbe wa do na ga we bo ya to ka pa bebe no wan edo pagire ijesu ga re fun pa na tota ogi wa ge e pharisees ya wa ko pa de te ya bi gbe mo bo ya ri se ba ya ko se ba ya nya ga pon yo eru ne bo kina ya gbe ti amu e bo ge ina wa ka we Jesu we ma kana okuo na ima wa mu e be okpi ai ma mu okpi amu e ya ga we mi odo wa me ya we ya na adultery o ko no wu Jesu ma sejo ona agbe mi voto egwe ma ga ora wonu da uyi oge Moses ga wo gbon aberi ona mu egbo ga aberi o da ba firu gbegbe na gbe wa Jesu na agbe mi yoto di ni aze nwa ni ma na nda ye mi no ri e ko we iya bo ho ni iya na iya mo wo ho ni ope ni ake mo we Jesu mi o ne we be ni ayare ogesi na gbe wa ya to bi abo yo ho na ne gbogbo ke yan e Jesu ya tun mu ona wa ko ma no re ma no e wi e ma e ka wo ho de e ma e we no so na we no fi gbe no ka ona yi go na ona na go na dado na so afilu gbe oge akwa unda oyin bu egbe ene iya to bi an okwo yi ade be na ta be na do ta we oyi keke wi eri eke wa ya moje ere utapa moyi keke o moje we no bo no we bo ekwa be gboma we ko emi ni we ri obo yi emi no ma o ma mo ere obe mo ti o egwe nu gba lo nege ti mu so no ma no re we boni ge ti mi o bo yari o yo bo ne ra na re bo yi gbegele riri ipelebe wa gba lo wa ni do you we no be re iye keze are gba lo wo nege be ri yo bo guwe ya o egbe ga ya bo yen ne do o yin gboma we ka bo ge gbo ene u ke ga bo re obara to pe
what's it ayi we da yo ni wa no we ne ru ne ku eso ohuo utole owodo iye me ti wa we
iye we otu na do ti we
owo ewo na we na omi odo
do no
e ku so to
do no
eme no we owa lu ihe ni owa lu owa ya
oya so money koto
onye gbo wa no
no
we ne buwe uwe no we tie na we mo
ara we o ni e ga wi yen ga ka we e bo wi yen na
o yen o teme bizu age foto
mama oyi gbo wa na ma yegun kan na ebo wa kan ta as zibo pa na te empathy takwe mu egwe yo we de uwe
awo na da
ewani buma na te oyin gbo ma yan ma yan ka bo ge gbe yan
ake boro ma be gbe wa yan yi
o ni wa me bo ni de wo ma no ayo o yi ke nu da ita paro na ta we o wa na mu dia na me no ku odu e ni re o no mu dia o han no wa we me we no ku gbe ho do re o bu we be yi bo Ebona were blessed are those who view objects from different angles.
Ukore.
Bayaka.
Ọmọ no re emi ni gege ne. no ya mujani o mano no mani no ge gbe fun wo bo pa o ka we no ma ye enyo waye no ye wu no ba wo bo pa fofo wo bo no pa no ro da wo wu no fo ye no ro gbe fun we ni ku ye no ro pa we no ba ye ba bere o wa re de ni ya fu ni u ke zemi nwa ni iyo wewe o ma na wa mi ka te wo pa bon we ase ti se awe bo na mu ebo gbegbo mo so kun owo nwori a ne bo no re u tekun mu do ni o ma ko ma na ga ro emi wo we de ge ni na ri me e o su nuda bo kin ra ye we ma na o ni una wa ku o ma pa kan o ki o mo ko no e ma mami uga wa le gbo ene eluwe ki akwe na uda we mo na we da we diva e dagun we awa ye wo so pa ma na ro ma le na wa re gbo o ki ke e ma o ga mu bo re na re ni ya gbogba e dogba e o re fan ni yakwa so pa e o gba na ye ma ta gba Ọlọ́run fanu me so ki ma yo e ma ta gbogba ma ga bi o yo da gagbe ọba atope
oye gbo o so ba ge ni maru
ife
una zi o wege enu haru edagun emi ni u ka ge do awe ebe we penu ya dunu de owo adwe kinwa oye gbo ma ọtún ní no wájú ẹ̀kìní yẹ̀rẹ́ nẹ̀kìní máa nẹ̀ yẹ̀yìn adó ẹ̀hẹ́ wọ́n dó ọgẹ́ ẹ̀hẹ́ òyí gbọ̀mọ̀ ayé náà ẹ̀kì abù wẹ́tò bọ́sì òní wọ́n á sún ẹ̀mì nàró ìwùnàná údà làdàwẹ̀ yunifásitì údà sún ẹ̀mìnà àríwó òun mígó nárí ẹ̀wọ̀n àtúnyà mọ̀mọ́ ọ̀yà adó ẹ̀kì úkà bọ́ọ̀rẹ̀ kìnnù adó no ajigo ndo na edo mo lu arusa oye gbo
no
oni oye gbo oni iresi nu zeja gbo o me ti do ki o ga usaba na eji wa zi o dada ni odo lo bu wure odo lo accident re odo lo pe yan ba lo ya fe odo alagbe ege ni we to bu edo aso we erosion ayo yo ri egbe mati enu wa zere makata si we na we ore emani ni simupo upo kalele we we ye be wo we pe ke no to ya la be wo uke wa pa ya fi oboyo o to we igwe no ja ku we hu da wa gbegbe so egbe yo wa gbegbe so
egbe yo
wa gbegbe so oye gbo ma no wakafia ma wa go yin epo are welu awan wewe ya go ogo e so lo gwa ni alegbina o si ya o eri ya wewe ya pe o ya kokko ni ai ni da so ba na je se kan la wa gbe o oye gbo ma olowo eri ya pe no ma agba okoto ana ka boge we David ga o dagun me wa so se mi le lo re do ni me wa pa kan ya o pari o bono no sepe iwe ni nana agbon re ma mi re o yo ta ma won wa o saro bo o ma ni wa o ma ne no be wo de o we re se no azo ye no wa bo e ze se ni emi no ya una diru de o ye gbewe e o bu mi so pa ude kun e wa re un down na re we wa so gidi eri o eri bo yen we ye court eri o ye o re wo eri o ye we ile le ya fe na ya re dagun wa ya fe na gbe kokoto na ro e un na mi we ave pastor gbe no track iyan ya wo we ne de no re bible o salo bo ya ro yin na he ọmọ náà oyin gbọ́ wà náà yínà ìbẹ́bọ̀ ní mú rẹ̀ náà ọwá sùn rẹ̀ dàgbọ̀n rẹ̀ ní máa lèlúwẹ̀ nágbọ́ àti ẹ̀ ǹdọ́ owó ìfọwọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbèrà gbèrè oye ya wemwe babo wona duna eduna anyway di mare niru bueno sirupo upo karele upo ojowe ni mai waje na medo ra bueno ojowe so egbe ehe ya ta o ma ye gwa ya karunta oni owiru yi na o wa re awa mawe wo wa gbe kini ya elene be ayare re uga o ma lo de na ri lawo no odu yi na ri lawo no we egwa ari na ma mani we egwa ma we le ovion essence we ma e wa do na
domusa edunu pe wa he bin manana esin no kan na we oyin gboma owe ya o igbere ayabo yen nedo eden we boyin egin awon ede do wo bo gegbo e arun do gyan ma ya yui obi ogwe yui adafin aya ba e da o nu da oyin egbewe oyin edenu aboyin ma be wo boyo we enu we wo ma e ni ara we ebo owe eyi fi obi e azen ona sogogogo yi ona balo egbo a sukma obi ere ni egbe ebo bo oge ebi bi oni ba ki aka e nunda uka boye egbo e u boye we emi ni wo ma na e na di me awe ebo oni oyin egbo ma we pa bo wi e o pa ba so uri nwina eminu mari e uya yari e du we no wo we awe ebo o mo ma mu yo bobo we ga so wa we to wa si won agbowa lo wa ni kwa we na wo gba lo ri efieze o money no te wa utititi uya eke ne fun e we gogo we eke ne mirie we wo boro obo uboye gbo eni we uyo mo kyan meme o ga o we no wo utoge no kwokwo ye ogodore oga uwe no wo we boye gbo enu we ge nu da owe ebode na duza ere doka e edenu samobara kekete e sumozo e ona bio e nyanwe edo oke ya be no baloje we ka boye gbo ene di me no wo waze emu eda na ebote e poison yo ma aye no wa wu baba na we ka bo we onegbo e du we no wo wa soge no wo ma yisi wunare ka bo onegbo e du we no wo emi kemi no ma wo agbona okeke aka ya dai one mana mi bota ona wo to ota okole ota ya ni yo wa we ya ge we enu we go gwie wa dori e wota ona za na mi are di o ma ni bun odo ari o ya wota ye dede no bun o ari o ya wota nunda e go gwie ni ye gbe ye ma be ka go tagare o ma be ka we o saga boye e me so ga wa wu ori ya kwere agbon ye ga lene o ga isota ye ga gwali yobo o ma nu me ma wo yobo na o nu we iku yo wodo we no do wu yobo nu a o ma nu to we yo gbe we no do wu yobo nu a o de nu ma lase we o na nu we na do mi emi esi noro ero boye gbo e we ka o da we ute we ni kemi ka o e ni ya una ma o ni eti owo sa o kwiki ane mila ne meruru we ti ga wo nya we e ni oba u o ma police o ma oba o ma ebo o ma baba ya wa nwe inwe ebo ede imi wa u we iyere we osa o kwe no hodin oba ga to pe
anyway wa da matana oye gbo ma gwakana oye gbo ke din yen se
osa kwe no hodin oye gbo ake di me se we emi we awo ri ohun we gbe we oye gbo wa ilo we emi nu wo nu were wa ya fi gbo e we ma ri we oye gbo wa no ami wa na gbo oye gbo wa e ro se mo na tela jana ma do we emi no ika bege na oye gbo wa ri ko ro o to se lewo obu wa na buse o ri na buse ma mi we na wo we ye
aba America abe ya masuni ni e abe da do ye woni sikema ma be na ye ekinado ma be na ye e no lare e ke ofi gbono wa e ke petrol no wa e ke ona ya pe no wa we ye ni ya ma poke abo bo tabu ya fe the whole world no be oil on the petrol poke amaki so kwa adogo obi ogwe inu maki e Nigeria ma fese awu ma te fese in Nigeria so kwa olowo anogi ma ye okay polo so
o amen
buda ewa mama siti bonye gbe
mama bonye gbe ni ko na bisi
na ya ru ni na ya mewe egbe roko me o are na da do we ma ngo oye gbo o te ege be kan pa ni oye gbo oye e mo
we na ye agun ade na ọmọ no ni egbe ona o we no give a ebe ri o o ihe agun e mo na si won o we o ne gbe
iyo ne gbe me o iyo ne gbe me iyo ne gbe iyo ne gbe
ki ma o no ge bi ma so di ma o ni egbe ma o ga se ti aro egbe ri o we fi gbogbo yi do mu da we oyin gbo won na we na de ti o e de gbogbo igawe ni na e no mano una we da we o ge ba edogbonu ye ori hiyan we hin na le pega awe agagwa le mi mata awe na bu o
ni
we na mi we ye oge kele ko no we gbe ko ni bisi ya gbo gbagagbe ara tere won re eso tu asin fun wa eso me o meso abegi mama ebo ni wa de fi abegi mo so di ha wa ta gbe pa on ya aswe na gbe enikeni
aswe mo ego
ni do ni wa di ma we ni gbi ma be we da yo ge bi ma re ka we akwe ro akwe wa ro
ba ko
o ka wa akwe ro ona wa ru be na o tere ta ba o kiki o do ri o ya yo o kiki o mo bo
Emma
jara mi mata o ba to pe
ise
anyway ege be kan bwane oye gbo ma ahebe ni we no oye gbo ma le matana we ya ge bo se la yo na oye gbo ma ne gabu mo se emi bu ni ma yi nu kania iwo ne gbo ma oye gbo ma iwo ne owe wo oye gbo ma eyin na sunu ya be abe otu se we mo abe politicians iya o negbe
o ti e de asa ya lo egero
emani ni ebe ye mi na nuwe wa wo ye o ma nuwe mu gboto wa ya mu gboto ye ugele so boye feni ana una ukene ona de ukenu ye ne ukele mata no ande le ko wa be
biri gbogbo nta
awa do ko na ala yo bo se kana ya we je owu de ne
bo so wa se ko wa se yi owo de o ye po wa
o be se gbe
wo ya ye
odo bi
o be se gbodo odo bi wala ni mage ma so ma be ge wo so egbe ni kata we uza no gbera ina we oyo bo waju yi ni a owe Hausa Igbo
Yoruba
ma ya ya ma no eye owebe eso ori ma na do ewo be ewo ari pe oni ri e ma we o isere me ma se bona ri ma ya ze ewo
Hausa
ori ma wu yi ni ma we ma te ya ma mo e ni ma te rupu ori Hausa ma ya te ori Igbo ma ya te ore Yoruba ma ya ti e eri na ti e ore aupon eri owe no anyway ima dadu ba ore do eri ma omo no ba na do ku apoto oto obo ipe wo ba na zi oyo pe ni ma we ya ma ebi ma edo na se he anyway ya iwe eri ma ya mo ibota ore de na yo to ọba àtọpẹ
iṣẹ́
àrò ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living, the name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ọ̀bẹ tó gbé